You are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
Have you been hurt? Been backstabbed? Got a talking back team? Well, you're not alone. No. Escaping to another reality. Through Dominic Wilkins' good books. Good books, audio books, paperback, ebook, good books. Available on authordwilkinsgoodbooks.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It is Chris-Renee, author of Wealthy and Wicked and Kiss of Death. I'm coming from you smack dab in the middle of the map, St. Louis, Missouri, and I am live on the Jerry Royce Show.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Ramon Marquis with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. You're listening to episode 322. All right. Okay, everybody. All right, we ready to listen to an episode of our sponsor. And our sponsor today is James Deshay.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. Deshay. That's Deshay. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
All right, everybody. Welcome to PositivePower21.org. Don't forget about our writing contest. That's right. Our writing contest will be is on our website, positivepower21.org. There's a question out there for you to participate. Hope everybody be excited about it. An opportunity to be on our show, Jerry Voice Live Worldwide, 45 minutes. That's right, 45 minutes with Jerry Voice Live. Get a chance to talk about what you have written. 2,000, 4,000 words is acceptable. All right? And tonight on the show, on episode 322, we got chris-renee, the author. That's right. She's the author of two books called Wealthy and Wicked and Kiss of Death. That's right. She's a columnist. She's a fictional author, a radio host, and she's from St. Louis, Missouri. And she's here to talk about her two books. But first, we're going to get to know her. Hey, chris-renee, how you doing tonight? Welcome to Jerry Voice Live Worldwide.
Hi, how are you? I am feeling fine, and thank you for having me.
My pleasure. Glad to have you on here. And I was just telling everybody, that we're having a writing contest, and I hope you could participate. It's our first one, so I need some support.
Right? Of course I could. Right. Of course I could. Writing is amazing, so I think people will love that if they love writing.
That's right. That's right. I gotta get after all the people that's on my show, so I'm gonna be busy. That's right. Cause you number 322. Would you believe that?
No, I'm gonna play those numbers tomorrow. 322.
Yeah, 322.
Maybe some luck.
All right. All right. Before we talk to you, I want to thank my sponsors: JamesDeShay.com, MerlinDunn.Ministries.com, and Dominique Wilkins at Goodreads.com. We appreciate everybody supporting the show. We're looking for more sponsors. That's right. We got our website up, positivepower21.org. We're looking for some new sponsors. We actually showing displays now, which when you click it, it go right to your Amazon page, where that's our sponsor. They're affiliates with us, so that's where we sell our books. So if you're interested in coming on board, the forms are on our website. Just look for advertising displays. All right, and we got some nice, easygoing prices, and hopefully you'll be with us for a while. We have had people on the show who have made the top 5 that actually have beat out some major mainstream authors. So advertising does work. You just have to show yourself, show your face in one place. You can't be all over the place, y'all. And one of the things I've been finding out doing a lot of these webinars, I just want people to know this, just so, it's not like you're wasting a lot of your time, but with all the posting you're doing on Facebook, it's quite known that now the stats are coming out that between 6 to 16% of your posts are being seen by your friends. So it's a trade secret to how that thing works. The only way you can find out how it really works, you got to check out some of those Facebook experts, and they will tell you how it really works. But it's a lot of work. So, find yourself a nice podcast, some nice online magazines. Quite a few of them out there now. And, some of them been on my show. You got Emerge the magazine. You got my man Dion Cheese with he got a book. I think it's called iurban.com, and then you have positivepower21.org, and there's a few other ones out there too. But start putting your money in places where they're getting a lot of traffic and people can actually see you. It takes a while before you brand yourself, So that's just my little business tidbit 101 for you. So anyway, now it's chris-renee turn to talk about herself. You ready for the first question, chris-renee?
I am. Be gentle with me. Be gentle. I'm ready.
All right. Okay. She probably said, Jerry, hurry up. I'm ready to talk. All right. Your turn now. Your turn. Okay. All right. And before we move, we just want to let people know that your book is out on Amazon.com in case we get so caught up in the conversation I forget. And what people are saying so far is they said it's good, and this drama kept them on the edge of their seat. So that means chris-renee going to tell us a good story tonight, y'all. So before we get into her book, which will be probably in about 15 minutes, we're going to get to know her a little bit. Okay, Maryland, Virginia, D.C., and Baltimore. That's my people there. They want to get to know this lady from St. Louis, Missouri. All right, chris-renee. The first question is, who is chris-renee?
Oh, who is chris-renee? Well, first and foremost, I am a child of God. I am a mother, 4 children, grown children. I am an author, and I am an extreme lover of life. And I seriously mean that. I'm all about laughing, having a good time, joking around. I know how to be serious when I need to be, but I prefer to just laugh. I'm like, I'm going to look really young when everybody else is looking old because they refuse to laugh. That's all you have to do. So I'm just a young woman. I just turned 35 in December, which is amazing because I know a lot of people who did not make it. And I'm just trying to see what's going on out here in the world, just trying to be able to get my own little slice of the pie. And I'm just trying to be something. I want to leave my mark. I just want to be somebody. So that's who I am.
That's right. Yeah, you must be watching Empire where my man, he talked about his legacy. He want to leave his legacy for his sons. And then he got a daughter.
I love Empire. I love Empire.
There's a lot to learn about a program like that. A wicked businessman, the thing about it, even though he's about himself, he's really about his legacy, what he's built, leaving it for his family. Because, when you find out you don't have much time, you want to put your house in order, and that's what he's trying to do. But that's what men do. A lot of men like to put their house in order, make sure they leave it in good hands. And right now, he's not sure. Who's it going to be?
Well, I would put my money on Andre. Andre is a little crazy, but it's something about Andre that I pull to more than the two young, but like the artists. I'm Team Andre, so I would go with him.
Yeah, I was too, but I don't know. I think Andre got some issue. I think old girl might, he kind of weak in some areas. So old girl Blondie might do something to him, but I think the best person probably would be Jamal. Jamal probably the man. Over Akeem.
Yeah, he's so. I was just saying, Jamal is so level-headed that he's eventually going to pop. It's too much. Sometimes when you just kind of carry everything on you like that, when he blows up, it's going to be like, watch out. So, I don't know.
Yeah. He's actually the most talented. But I think out of the three, bro, I think if just to make it real quick, if we talking about you tonight, I think Cookie probably would be the ideal person to run it. But if it's between the sons, I would say Jamal. I would give it to him. All right. Yeah. All right. Okay. We ready to talk about Renee. So Renee, all right, we was chatting a little bit, and I didn't get a whole lot of background out of you and your PR person. You just said you were just a young girl, wild with your imagination. Your mind was one place where I was free to express yourself. Nothing was ever off guard until in the comfort of your ears, I put words to paper and surprising others found pleasure as well. This new journey that I am pleased to be on, blessed that I get to share with you all. Now, you mentioned earlier that you did go to college, but you didn't finish. So what happened? Why a talented person like you didn't get to finish college? What happened? What's your story?
Oh, my God. I fell in love. I know it sounds so stupid now that I'm 35, but then I was like, oh, my God, I'm in love. This is exactly what it is. Nothing else matters. Now, I'm still in a relationship with the same person. I guess that's a good thing. We've been together now for 18 years. However, not finishing college is like one of my biggest regrets. So I'm pushing my children for college, like the importance of it. My son just turned 18, so he decided to work. So I still have 3 daughters that I'm like, okay, well, he didn't want to go to college, but you actually need to. It's so important, I think. I'm at an age now where when people are talking and we're in a group and everybody's talking about their college experience, I kind of get a little embarrassed that I can't say that, like, I finished and I did that. And I'm never embarrassed. So that says a lot to me, which is, it's kind of been pushing me lately to say, okay, now that, my kids they're not grown, but my daughters are 12, 14, and 16. They're at an age where they pretty much are self-sufficient. So it's kind of time for me to focus on, getting my degree and pushing them that way as well.
That's right. It's not too late. They got online. They make it convenient for you. They got trimesters. You can just keep going until you finish. No breaks. I mean, I know it was a grind because I did it, with 2 kids. We actually had 2 babies, and my son was actually starting college too, pretty much. I said I was determined to finish before he did, but he took 7 years, so I was winning that race. But the thing is, he did finish, and he knew how important it was. Especially out here on the East, it's tough to get the kind of income you need to live the lifestyle you want to live out here without a college degree. Unless you're a mechanic or a contractor, and you can build with your hands and fix things, then you can. Plumbers make really good money out here. Anybody in the service, but if you're talking about working in government, it'll be tough not to have one. Out here, it's really tough. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what you got to do. Good for you.
Yeah, I have to get back on it. That's why love is a beautiful thing, but I wish I had that degree. I really do.
Yeah. So did you guys get married?
No, we didn't. And it's like everybody asks me that question, and they kind of be like, "Oh my God, you didn't get married." And it's not that he went through the whole proposal thing and everything, and I'm not knocking marriage, but I'm more of like, I don't want to have to pay to marry who I love, and just in case that love doesn't work out, I most definitely don't want to have to pay to leave you. So I feel like as long as we have our commitment to each other and our commitment to stay faithful to each other with God, I don't necessarily have to put the government in it to make it legit or official. That's just my own way of thinking. I'm a little bit of a free spirit, though. So a lot of people don't agree with me, and I'm like, that's fine. That's fine.
I'm not gonna judge you because I know right now the sisters are probably saying, "This, you just tell her she's a Christian woman." You know how they like to mix Christianity with being under God's covenant. His oath, His vows, marriage. Do us part, death do us part, that kind of thing. Definitely people probably saying, "Ooh, did you hear that?" But I've been happily married, going on 23 years, and I'll tell you, it's an awesome thing, to have that magic, to say, hey, you got those years, you're putting in there. We're raising 2 young children, got 1 out the house, 2 to go, helping our parents out, doing this thing together, we buried a couple relatives. It's like, people look at us, to be the backbones of the family, that's how they look at us, when they see us, So, everybody got their own cup of tea.
Well, wait a minute. Surprisingly, that's how it is with my family. Even though I'm one of the younger ones, it's still like every family function, Christmas, Thanksgiving, everything is kind of held here because people see us, holding each other down. And we go through everything. We go through good times, bad times, some in-between times. But as long as that, I know 100% who has my back, That's the good thing about that situation. And, marriage is a beautiful thing for some people, but just for me, I feel like the whole idea of marriage has transformed so much than what its true intentions were. To me, it and like I said, this is just my opinion, it's become more of a systematic thing instead of a, just something that's like from your heart or something, but it's neither here nor there.
I might have to put you in touch with my man, Pastor Gerald Manuel. He just wrote a book out. It's called something about the inspirations of your soulmate. How I forget the title of that book. I might have to put you in contact with that brother. Or check out his book on Positive Power 21.org. It might change your mind. That's a pretty powerful publication too. Especially being a Christian woman, you understand how Scripture works. He picked some very delicate and Scripture that pretty much was in tune with what he was talking about. It was a pretty powerful book. 16 chapters. Check it out. So I gave him a little plug since he is coming on board to be a sponsor of my show, and he will be a recurring guest in April, so we can finish up our discussion. Because I wasn't playing devil advocate, I was just going ahead. I know some sisters out there going to want to shoot me some questions. I said, okay, I'm going to open it up, take some questions from our Peanut Squad. They want to challenge him with a few things. But you know, it's what it is. You know, everybody has their own. You know, I had a good friend who had a really long engagement. I mean, they were together for a really long time, and then of course they got married. They finally got married, and so much went on that it didn't hold up. It was unfortunate, you know, that I mean, they was together for so long, and you know, you hate to see stuff like that happen, but you know, like you said, it's what it is. You know, got to keep it moving.
It happened to my parents. Right. I was 29 when my parents divorced. I was 29, and I was totally devastated. I was like, oh, my God. You know, so like you said, everybody's a little different. So, I don't know.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, you know, some people, I mean, his book is really deep, some of the things we had talked about. And, you know, because you're going to go through your ups and downs. You know, you're going to question the person you chose. You know, it's like, wow, is that the person? Was that it? You know, and then you're going to see something that's going to, you know, catch your eye, you know, catch your ear, you know, seeing that they're so excited about you. You know, you're going to get there sometime, you know, but it's like, hey, you know what you got at home, you know, deal with it. Like me, you know, that's why I'm going nowhere. You know, me and my friends, we had a lot of fun. We were DJs. You know, we were like rock stars back in the day. I've seen it all, had them all. You name it: slanted eyes, wide eyes, dark skin, light skin, white skin, purple skin. You name it. You know, so I'm happy with my choice. You know, I don't know how happy she about her choice, but you know, I know I'm happy with my choice. But you know, we make it work.
You would totally know if she wasn't happy. You would totally know if a woman wasn't happy.
I would know. Yeah, as long as she got her big widescreen in front of her and her favorite car to drive, she can go out to eat a couple of days a week. She happy. It don't take much to make her too happy. But you know, once y'all get y'all crib, get y'all ride, take y'all vacations. You know, I think that was a hard time when she couldn't go where she wanted to go. I was like, I don't feel like it. I don't know. It's a good time. You know, that's what it is. It was a few challenges there because I don't like to travel that much, but you know. You know, we make it. We get a certain age. We like to stay home.
No, I love to travel. When you're born and raised somewhere like St. Louis, like I love to travel. I'm always on the go. I love coming East Coast because it's like so many different. It's like a culture shock for me actually, just to be around so many different people of ethnicities, which we have it here in St. Louis, but we totally live segregated. We seriously live segregated. So it's an amazing. I love travel.
You go to D.C. Yeah, you go to D.C. like in the real heavy tourist, you know, attraction areas, like where the Smithsonian is and the Lincoln Memorial and Martin Luther King Memorial, and then come to Baltimore and visit some of these small neighborhoods and hit down the harbor, East Harbor East, Harbor West. You're like, wow, everybody's all blended together, not even paying each other no mind, just living their life. And like I always say, just live it up. You know, we living it up here in the Maryland area. I mean, we do have some areas that have some issues here, but most of the people live in the city. You know, they got their areas where, you know, you don't go there. You know, that's the way it is there. Yeah. That's their life. But most of the areas that are considered to be like suburban is really, really nice. People get along really well, and then, you know, people move on. They move further out. You know, they want to be away from everybody. They don't care who it is. They just want to be with their family. You know, it gets like that.
Yeah.
Cool.
I love Maryland. Yeah, I was in Temple Hills last year. Those snickerdoodle cookies, oh my God. I almost lost my mind. I had one cookie left. I fell asleep and I would roll over and pinch off the cookie and chew a little bit and go back to sleep. I kept doing this all night. That cookie was insane. Yeah. It was so good. So I love it.
They got some factories. You're right. They got some bakeries out here because they had a bakery out here. I can never think of the name of it now to save my life, but they moved. And one of my friends actually had a buddy that was running that place. Man, I was doing their pecan pies, their 7-Up cake, their sweet potato pie. Man, I was up to 230 pounds eating out the place because I would drive by there almost like 3 days a week. Oatmeal cookies, snickerdoodles, chocolate chips, man. Chocolate melt right in your hand before you get to your mouth. That's awesome chocolate right there. That's real milk chocolate. Yeah, not that phony stuff. Yeah. All right, enough about cookies. All right, but then we got to take a break so we come back. We can talk about your book and not these cookies. All right.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, you messed me up now. I got to find out where I was at. I got to find my location. All right,
you started loving those cookies.
From my man. No, see, I don't mess with it now. I'm on a strict diet now. I'm on TV now, and I gotta chill. Got to look good for my fans.
I know that's right.
All right, let's hear a message. Let's hear a message from James the Shay. That's right. I'm down to 190. Slim again. When I was a model, that's right. I'm back to my model weight. Not no linebacker for the St. Louis Rams.
No, not the Rams, Dallas Cowboys.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. Deshay. That's Deshay. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Reads World Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website, www.readsworldpublishing.com.
Hi, I am recording artist Marilyn Dunn from St. Louis, Missouri. If you are looking for some soul-stirring, anointed, spiritual, and heartfelt music, visit my website at www.marilynndunnministries.com. Or you can also find me on CD Baby, iTunes, and Reverb Nation. For booking information, contact Mr. Kevin Dunn at 636-856-0551. That's 636-856-0551.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions. And when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce live, positivepower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
That's right. We play Angel's favorite music. That's right. On Sundays, y'all, check us out. That's right. We streaming with iGospelmusic.com out of Florida. That's right. My man, Keith Powell, Pastor Keith Powell, and his beautiful wife, Teresa Powell, in partnership with positivepower21.org. So for almost 20 hours, y'all, on Sundays. That's right. When we're in the studio, we streaming. We streaming iGospel music. So check it out. You can check it out right now on our site. Just click on collections or shows and look for our gospel music, and you can listen to the pre-recorded shows in case you missed something good, because Keith is always mixing it up in the studio. But we'll make sure we got it on demand for you. All right, everybody. And again, don't forget about the writing contest, the grand prizes. You get to come on the show and talk to me. And if you got a book or a product or a service, you get to promote it on the website for 3 months. That's right. You get a display ad and you get a plug. So we get to talk about you every day for 3 months. All right, that's a good prize too, y'all. Big value. We got a lot of people come out here. Thanks to our gospel, going to be even more people checking out all our displays. And that is something new we just started for this month to give our artists, our independent artists, more exposure. That's right, more exposure to you. And we appreciate you coming out and joining our podcast with Jerry Royce Live worldwide on Positive Power 21. All right, y'all, we talking to chris-renee. She got a book out called Wealthy and Wicked, Kindle edition, Kiss of Death, all on Amazon.com. That's right. So if she become a sponsor, all you got to do is click on that display. Right now, she's on the site. Well, she will be. And all you got to do is click it and buy her book. All right. What are they saying about the book? They said it was so good that the drama kept me on the edge of my seat. I stayed up and read the entire book in one night. Chris-Renee, she did an excellent job. All right. That's some of the reviews on her book on Amazon.com. All right. All right, Chris-Renee. Which one we going to talk about? Which one is your favorite book? Oh, you know what? I forgot. She was making so much noise I had to put her on mute. All right, there you go, chris-renee. Sorry about that. You was making noise.
I know it was so much going on. I'm sorry, sponsors. It's so much going on here. Well, my favorite book. Let's see. I'm trying to see which is my actual favorite because it's like choosing your favorite child. It seriously is. And people are like, oh, how can you compare your books to your kids? But this is my labor of love, same as the children. But
right.
I would say my favorite book would actually have to be Kiss of Death because it's different than what I normally would write about. It's still fiction, but I'm more kind of like write about love and everyday issues and things of that nature. But with Kiss of Death, I kind of wanted to do almost sort of like an action movie in a book. So I was just kind of like thinking of the craziest things that I could possibly think of. And I was just sitting at home and I was like, okay, I want to write a book about a female assassin. So then I'm thinking like, okay, that story has already been done. How can I make this, like, what can I spin this as? And so I was like, okay, well, her target will be cheating married men. So I was like, okay, so she's, her targets are cheating married men, but why? So I was like, well, maybe the wives should be the ones that solicit her to kill the cheating married men. And that's how that came about, Kiss of Death.
Oh, they're going to love that book. Yeah, somebody going to love that book. Man.
That's
why you like that book, huh?
Yeah, it was crazy writing it. It was more on the, I guess the raw side of my talent, I would say. Like, my mom read Wealthy and Wicked, but I told her she could not read Kiss of Death. Like, you cannot read this book. And,
no,
I mean,
so what
even
you
though
got going on in there?
It's a lot. It's a lot going on.
Yeah. Pretty graphic, It
is. And I won't, it is. I want to say it's tastefully graphic because it's not, if I had to sum it up in music, I wouldn't say that it's gangster rap, but it's more like Beyonce last CD R&B. Because her last CD was kind of like, yeah,
little Bonnie and Clyde got in there.
Yeah, so it's more on that side. But see, it came out, and the book was out for 4 months last year, and then unfortunately, my brother was killed, so I really couldn't do.
I hear that.
I am too. We were only a year apart, so it's still something that I'm dealing with. So I really couldn't do as much promotional things as I normally would do because my mind was just not in the right, space. So I'm trying to make up for that now. I'm not 100% back, but I'm better than I was when that happened. I'm not 100% back at all, though. But.
Okay. All right. In his honor, his name, we hope this book do well. All right.
Yeah.
Now, Kiss of Death, who's your favorite character in this book? Who's your favorite character in this book?
My favorite character in the book is Lady, and she's an older woman. She's like a surrogate mom to the main character of the book. I actually got the idea of Lady from, I went down in the projects of St. Louis for Thanksgiving, and we were passing out turkey dinners to people in the senior citizen home. And I met this woman, and she was so remarkable. And she said that they called her Lady back in the day, and it was something about her that was just like captivating. She wound up inviting me in, and she's letting me see all these older pictures of her, like, in the 50s and the 60s in the clubs of St. Louis. And she was so hip that it kind of like, I was shocked at how hip she was, So I wrote that character based off of her. So she's my favorite, my absolute favorite.
Good for you. Good. So that's your favorite, Lady. All right. So you got Lady and Kiss of Death. Now, Wealthy and Wicked is your latest release on Kindle edition. Tell us a little bit about that book. What's the premise of that book?
Okay, now Wealthy and Wicked actually is the first book that came out. What happened with Wealthy and Wicked is I work in the insurance field, so I found out that my job was moving out of town. So I was thinking, like, I'm going to write a book. It's a good time to write a book. I love to write. I love to read. So I wrote this book called Karma on Ice. I sent it to a publisher. She called me back like maybe within 4 to 5 days, and she was like, I want this book. So once, I got with the publisher, we changed the name from Karma on Ice to Wealthy and Wicked because the people in the book are from, as I said earlier, St. Louis is such a segregated city. Not only are we separated by race, but we're also separated by class. So the West County of St. Louis is more of that's where you want to stay when you make it. You want to move to West County of St. Louis. Is where the $1 million homes are and everything. So I was thinking, like, why don't I write about a black family that's successful? It doesn't. Every book doesn't have to be about drug dealing and things like that. So I'm thinking, like, I could write a soap opera about a successful black family in West County, St. Louis. And the daughter, Tracy, she's younger, and so she falls in love with a guy that's from downtown St. Louis. Now, if you live in St. Louis, you'll be like, oh, my God, why is she dating somebody from downtown? And, she's from West County. And that's how she felt about him when she first met him, like, oh, like, not even. But she winds up falling in love with him, and then things just go crazy. It's literally like Days of Our Lives and Young and the Restless mixed in together with an urban flair.
Wow. There you go. Wow. So what are they saying about Wicked? Let's see. While you talking, tell us about what are your people saying about? What are the fans are saying? Are they communicating with you? Because you got a lot of reviews out there.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like my support comes more from the East Coast than it actually does here at home, because this is a city where you have to go away and blow up and then come back. So, like, when I'm out on the East Coast, like, people are so excited. They're like, oh, my God, I know you. My publisher is from Brandywine, Maryland, so like the Upper Marlboro area. So it's I do a lot of book signings that way, and I'm amazed at how many people have already read the book. And I had a mother and a daughter like give me and like, now, girl, what are you gonna do in this second part? And why would you do this in that book? And oh, I hate Christians so much. And I'm thinking, like, these are characters; these aren't real people. But that excites me that people feel like that. Yeah, that's amazing that people feel like that.
Remember, yeah, because one, you gotta remember, we don't get a lot of soaps anymore like back in the day. We had a lot of soaps, and a lot of these women were home watching them, raising their kids, and now they're in their 50s, 60s, good government jobs, good jobs, paid in private industry. They don't have time to sit in front of the soaps. That's why Empire is so powerful. People like that. They like to see drama mixed with wealth and poverty and all that stuff, the both sides of the tracks, because that's where all of us come from. We started there. So wealthy, they like the word wealthy, and then Wicked is like, okay, what's up with this? Something going on. You already told them right now that it's going to be some drama in the book. So that's why they picked it up.
Yeah.
Right.
I also want to, I'm sorry. I just want to say I also want to let people know.
Say something about your reviews.
Oh, even though it's just like, how most people kind of like blow off, it's a fictional book and, it has an urban flair to the book. However, each book that you read by chris-renee, the message of you have to know God is in each book. I had somebody that left me a review and said, oh, my God, I love how you incorporated God into the book, because a lot of people are, when you think of urban fiction, is which they categorize the book as, it's a young girl for the most part, and a lot of the younger generation didn't have grandmothers as we did, where you had to go to church no matter what. Like, you're going to church Saturday and Sunday and Wednesday and Friday. So I felt like, well, this can be a way for me to get that message out to everybody, but still, keep it to where it doesn't seem so smothering to some people. So
Yeah, you're right. Because a lot of the people who grandmothers now, they still look really good. So they're not in the house babysitting no kids. So they're not going to be getting no messages from them. They still out, traveling, going out, with girls, eating out nice restaurants. They got the money. They're going to pull their little bins up in front of a nice hot spot. And then read their books in their spare time. They don't got time to sit around the house giving people life lessons. People trying to live. They trying to live it up. That's right. Yeah. So that's why I think fiction books are doing so well, because they miss those days when, you can stay home and enjoy the good soap coming on at 4 o'clock, 4 to 6,
Yep.
So those days are over. So now they bring the nighttime drama, like we was talking earlier, like Empire, Scandal. Yeah. That's why people like those shows. And it's going to open up probably more casts. And I think that's why The Game was doing well also at the same time, because, people want to see themselves, we do have money. We do live in big houses, drive fancy cars, and travel, and have bad kids, and some good kids, and some wicked girlfriends. Yeah. Drama.
But that is something that we do.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I want to see it, All right, and then some people don't live that kind of life, down south. You're not used to seeing that, So when you see those lights and cameras come on, you say, "Hey, I got to move up. I got to move east. Where all the action at?"
Absolutely.
That's right. New York, Philly, Connecticut, New Hampshire. What's that? Boston. Yeah, you got black people doing their thing in those areas. Baltimore. Richmond.
Not in the wintertime, though. Not in the wintertime. You guys got too much snow this winter. I can come in the summertime.
It wasn't as bad as it was like in Boston. I mean, we were able to get out. I didn't have to drive my car in snow at all. Usually the snow be around for a while that you got to drive in those little tracks. Shit, our snow was gone like the next day, so we didn't really have it that bad. I mean, we had days for one closing, and delays for school, but nothing that really shut us down. Like sometimes the snow stay around for 2-3 days and it's hard to get around.
Ooh, I hate that.
It wasn't that bad. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. All right, sounds like you got a win on your hands. It's just a matter of just promoting it and getting it in the right hands, letting people see it. Get out there, do your things, do some book signings. Now, so you which book is offered in paperback, or both of them are offered in paperback?
Both of them are in paperback and on Kindle. And like I said, my publishing company is there in Maryland. So at all like the urban bookstores, my book is actually in the bookstores there as well.
All right, good. I didn't know there was that many of them still around. I know Baltimore's really down to nothing when it comes to bookstores. I think it's just maybe 2 big ones, Barnes & Noble and Greetings and Readings is still around.
I know they have. I think Urban Oasis is in Salisbury, Maryland, maybe. And then I went to one in the Temple Hills Mall, but I can't think of the name of it. But and then I'll be in D.C.
down Eastern Shore.
I'll be in D.C. the first weekend of May. They're having a literary festival in D.C. I wish I had the information. That's so trifling to me, but I'll be there the first weekend of May.
You gotta send it to me. Yeah, you gotta send it to me. Let me check you out. Yeah.
Okay.
So the weather should be really nice, and D.C. is a beautiful place to visit during that time of the year. It's not too hot yet. All right, make sure you get that to me and remind me. Okay,
I will,
so we
for
can
sure.
check it out. All right, Renee, we're going to take a quick break, and when you come back, we want you to give us your final thoughts for tonight's show, okay? You can do that?
Okay. I sure will.
All right. All right, and don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, about the writing contest. For those of you that's quick with the pen, you don't have to send it to your editors. We're just going to judge you on creativity. We want to know who scared us, who took us to the next level, because the question is, what would you do if you knew that the Earth only had 66 days left? 66 days. What would you do? Would you join the armed forces? Would you join an alien squad? Would you disappear and become a spiritual guru and get everybody saved? What would you do? Just tell us in 2,000, 4,000 words. Win a prize. Come on my show and we can talk about how creative you are and promote you at the same time. You're the next superstar. All right, y'all. Jerry Royce Live. Let's take this break real quick. Let's hear a message from Bill Powers. the farm.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Positive Power 21.org, Internet Radio.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
All right, thank you, family, for bringing us in. That's right, we're covering Maryland, Eastern Shore, D.C., Baltimore stripes. Be strong. All right, we're talking to Chris-Renee, author of Wealthy and Wicked, Kiss of Death. Books available in Kindle and paperback. It's on Amazon.com. Check it out. If you forget where to find her at, you can always come to PositivePower21.org. Click on the link. It'll take you right to her book. So she will be on the page for about a week or two. And hopefully she'll come on and be a sponsor to our little itty-bitty little radio station so we can keep it going, so we can live it up. Like Chris-Renee in St. Louis, probably driving a Mercedes or something like that. All right. Your final thoughts for tonight's show, Chris-Renee. You did an awesome job tonight. We really appreciate you being here.
I appreciate being here. I've done a lot of these shows, and it's always kind of so nervous for me because I love to write, not necessarily talk, which I am a good talker, don't get me wrong, but I get nervous when I do talk. But this was very relaxed, very easygoing, so I appreciate that. But I just want all the readers to check me out, leave me a review. You can either email me at chris-renee@gmail.com, and that's actually spelled CRYSSRENEE@gmail.com. But I write under Chris Renee, CHRISRENEE. But just reach me and let me know how you feel. You can give me on Instagram at I am Chris Renee. I'm on Facebook as Author Chris Renee. But if you really want to know me, you'll find me on Facebook under my private page, Crystal Burnett, because that's the best page for me. That's really who I am 24/7. So the best thing. So check me out.
All right. Did you friend us so we can send you this show and promote?
I did.
So who did I get? Did I get Barnett? Did I get Chris Barnett, or did I get Chris Renee? Okay.
You got Chris Barnett. Yeah.
A new follower. All right. Awesome. All right. Well, appreciate the kind words, and like I said, we had a good time with you also, and thank you for coming on the show. And we hope to see you again when you release your next book. And let me know when you come into town so we can hook up and do a show on the spot. Would you like that?
Definitely. I would love that.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Yeah, I need some stuff on my YouTube channel, so I'll bring my tablet. And we can set up
well,
shop.
I better look cute then. I have to make sure I look cute then because I don't want to have on a bonnet or nothing like I got on right now.
So you'll be okay. All right. Well, I tell them all the time, Chris. I tell them every night, Monday through Thursday, 8 shows a week. If you want to hear the good stuff, that's right, the good stuff, you got to listen to Jerry Royce live on PositivePower21.org. That's right, www.positivepower21.org. And like I said, I'm telling everybody now, you got to live it up now. So come stream with me, y'all. I'm Jerry Royce live worldwide. Take care, everybody. Have a good night. Thanks for joining us. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce live. All right, y'all. Stay awesome all week long.
You are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
Hi, I am recording artist Marilyn Dunn from St. Louis, Missouri. If you are looking for some soul-stirring, anointed, spiritual, and heartfelt music, visit my website at www.marilynnDunn-ministries.com. Or you can also find me on CD Baby, iTunes, and Reverb Nation. For booking information, contact Mr. Kevin Dunn at 636-856-0551. That's 636-856-0551.
Hey everybody, what's up? It's your girl LaQueisha-Malone, publisher at Strawberry Publications and author of A Walk in My Shoes. And I'm coming to you on the Jerry Royce Live Worldwide.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Koch. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi Jerry, this is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Ramon Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and you're listening to episode 320. That's right, episode 320. And tonight on the show, we have poet, that's right, laqueisha-Malone. That's right, she's authored a poetry book called A Walk in My Shoes. So I want you to stay tuned for this quick message, and we're going to bring her right on. All right, so we appreciate everybody. Oh, and before we take this commercial break, I want to remind you guys that anybody looking to promote, become a sponsor. That's right. April's around the corner. We're looking for new sponsors. Just check out our website at www.positivepower21.org and click on Add Displays. We have a special bonus month. That's right, to get your plug and get your display right up on the site because people are coming. That's right, because we're now playing gospel music. That's right, all day on Sunday and compliments of ourgospelmusic.com. That's right, streaming in the Positive Power 21 in 15 countries, 15,000 strong. That's right, Maryland, Virginia, Delaware. That's right, hello everybody in my hometown, Maryland. That's right, hello everybody, my fans. All right, y'all, let's listen to this break from Reese World Publishing.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Reese World Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website, www.reeseworldpublishing.com.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Don't forget about our writing contest. That's right. You have an opportunity to appear live with Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. That's right. 45 minutes of talk. Tell us how you wrote that story. That's right. So check out the website, www.positivepower21.org. Look for contest entry. Enter quickly because the deadline is March 31st, and we'll be trying to pick up some wonderful prizes for you, some free books. Like I say, you get a chance to come on the show. If you got a business, you get an opportunity to advertise for 3 months. That's right. 3 free months on Positive Power. So get everybody to get them out there to your website or purchase your book off of wherever you're selling them at. All right. And we're about to play our bio, LaQuisha-Malone. So stay tuned for this presentation with Jerry Royce Live. You're listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Broadcast on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. This is a presentation for LaQuisha-Malone Long. LaQuisha-Malone was born and raised in Arkansas, where she currently resides with her family. She has worked as a psychiatric aide at a children's rehabilitation center for 9 years and is currently the education administrative assistant at the same center. Writing has always been part of her life. She began writing fiction stories and poetry about the age of 13. It was her way of coping with everyday situations. She accredits Dr. Maya Angelou for her love of writing poetry. Her poetry has been entered into numerous contests, and many of them were published in book and CD compilations through the International Library of Poetry. She's also won many awards for these publications. She taught creative writings at the Lighthouse of Wisdom for 3 years and has released 3 books, A New Pair of Shoes, Step in Mine, Sell in Mine, and A Walk in My Shoes. She has been featured several times online from blogs, radio, magazine, as a Sledge Rock City, New Self Magazine, Know Your Enemy, Blog Talk Radio, One Essence Radio, One West Radio, and Urban Grapevine Magazine. In 2013, LaQuisha-Malone launched her own publishing company called Strawberry Publications. She wants to offer authors a ripening experience of publishing. She is currently promoting Seller of the Mind and A Walk in My Shoes while working on her next book. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you LaQuisha-Malone. I hope you enjoy this presentation with Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on PositivePower21.org. All right, LaQuisha-Malone, how you doing tonight? What's going on?
I'm good. How you doing? I like that. I love that. That sounds good.
Yeah, I know you told. Yeah, I gotta fix that one piece. I know you told me long was your last name. I don't know how that got in your bio, man. But we'll fix that for you before it goes worldwide. All right. Glad to have you on the show. Always love having poets on the show because I just love to sit back and listen to it. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad to be here.
Can't wait to listen to you. Yeah,
okay.
Can't wait to hear it. All right, with the first question, you ready for the first question?
Shoot, I'm ready.
You ready?
I'm ready.
The first question is, who is the... You ready? All right, here we go. First question. Who is LaQuisha-Malone?
Oh, well, that's easy. You know, LaQuisha-Malone, I'm just a down-to-earth girl. I grew up in the South, in Arkansas. and I'm a poet. I love to write short stories. I'm a mother of one. I run my own business of Strawberry Publications, book publishing company, as well as I've done a small amount of modeling in my day. And I work with children. I love children. I think that, they are our future, so I'm always trying to put my hands in that with the kids. Yeah, so that's just about it right now.
All right.
But there's more to come,
Yeah, that's what everybody. Yeah, so you summed up your whole life in 20 seconds.
Wow.
What can we dig out?
I'm pretty sure I probably forgot something. I have something else.
Yeah, we're gonna find some stuff. All right. Well, let's talk a little bit about your background. How did you grow up in Arkansas? I don't think I know too many people out that way. So tell us, how did you grow up out there?
Well, it's slow, for sure. Yeah, it's very slow out here. Growing up for me, I was much of I guess you could say a loner. I always would be found writing. So, I wasn't too big on the friends or girly stuff. I was kind of a tomboy or whatnot, and I just spent most of my time writing. As I got older, they told me, "You the girl with the pen," because I instead of doing notes and stuff in class, I'm writing the poetry, I'm writing stories, or I'm drawing. I'm doing something like that instead. Also, growing up, I had a passion for dance. Leah was my idol, so her and a couple of other people, I used to just love to mimic their dance. And growing up, we had house parties back then, back when I was growing up. So I used to love to go to the house parties and try out the latest of what I knew of Aaliyah and a couple of other people. So that was pretty fun, too, to do or whatnot. So, yeah, that's how growing up was for me. I didn't have a lot of friends. I didn't care for that. My pen and paper was my friend. That I didn't trust a lot of people. Yeah, so didn't keep a lot of people close.
Yeah, it's like that. So what was your neighborhood like, the community? Is it like suburban, royal, urban?
Oh, man. It's very country, I can say that. Not too country, we have dirt road stuff. It's not like that, but yeah, I can say it's probably kind of urban, I guess.
It's kind of
it wasn't much. It wasn't much going on. I can say that much here. So yeah, like I said, it was very, very slow. So maybe it wasn't too urban, but it was just very slow. It wasn't a lot to get into here. Like I said, I come from a town where we had house parties.
House party, that's right. Make
house
your own
party.
Fun. So growing up in high school, so did you play sports, cheerlead? Led the drama team, debate team?
No, I didn't like sports because I hate to run. I tried out for basketball, and the coach told me to run, so I didn't want to do that, so I left. And I tried out for cheerleading, and she told me to run, so I didn't like that, so I didn't want to do that either. So, but I found the home. I joined what we called our pride team, and it was dance. So that was already my passion. So I stuck with that because we would travel and go around our state and dance and perform little skits of acting and stuff like that. And that's where my heart was, in acting and writing and dance. So I wasn't into the cheerleading and this was girly. I was more of a tomboy growing up. So
yeah. So everybody pretty much in the surrounding community went to the same high school? Is that the way it worked? And y'all played like y'all were considered like a county?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
Did y'all have like dance-offs and stuff like that? Yeah, dance-offs?
No, not at the school or anything like that. But yeah, we used to do that in our neighborhood. We have like singing contests and like battling out that way. Not much rapping, but dance. So yeah, we used to do that stuff in the little neighborhood I lived in. Yeah, we used to do that. And in school you click up with a few people and you think you have a little group going on and you're singing. Yeah, we did those things a little bit too.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that because I was about to say, what musical, group or performer really, impacts your community at the time? What was hot back then, when you was in high school?
Well, I can go from my viewpoint. Aaliyah, of course. We, Escape, R. Kelly, the old R. Kelly. Who else? Oh, Silk, Shy, people like that.
Yeah. The music was pretty smooth back then, and then were you really into fashion and high heel shoes and the hair? Were you into that kind of stuff?
I had my moments where I, got into the high heel thing and stuff like that. But that was when I got a little older and thought I wanted to model. But before that, I was the tomboy girl, with the jeans and the sneakers and stuff like that. Yeah.
Right.
But as I got older,
what was it like growing up in the Malone? I'm sorry.
Oh man,
so you got older, you kind of.
Oh well, that was just for the high heel effect. As I got older, and figured that I had a lot of people telling me that you should be a model. You should be a model. So then I started trying the heels, and which I loved that anyway. Once I got into it, and girly clothes, things like that.
Yeah, you pretty tall?
No, I'm short. I'm 5'4".
Well, how you gonna be a model? Well, they must be talking about print model then. Print model.
Well, see, I thought I could do runway. I mean, I pretended I was on the runway. Every time I moved, I tried to pretend that's where I was, and that's what I did. And then I found out that I wasn't tall enough, so it kind of hurt my pride a little. I was like, man, can't do that one.
Yeah. You need about 6 more inches probably. All right. Now, what was it like growing up in your household? Did you have brothers, sisters, cousins?
Yes,
growing up with.
Yeah.
What was it like?
Growing up, I had 3 other sisters, and I had like 2 stepbrothers that I'm really close with, and then I have 4 sisters actually. Yeah, and we're pretty close. Age difference wise is weird because I'm the oldest, so I'm 9 years older than my third sister and 18 years older than another. So it's pretty weird in that area of growing up. I'm closest with my sister right behind me because we're only 3 years apart. So I'm very, very, very close with her. Yeah. So
so who raised you? So who raised you?
My mom and my grandmother and my aunt. So those 3 played a big impact on my life. And my dad, he was around and he had his part of raising me, but for the most part, he was with his wife. And I was here, so my mom and aunt and grandmother.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, your papa remarried?
Yeah, he did that. Wasn't supposed to. Because as a child, you want mom and dad together in the house. But it didn't work that way. So, but I had it for the majority of my life. They didn't divorce till I was about 13. So. And I think they separated when I was like 8 or 9. So, I mean, I can remember him. He was a good father. I love my father. He was one of the fathers who worked and brought the money home, and my mom didn't have to work. That's how he had it. He was one of those type of men. You didn't have to work if you didn't want to. So she was spoiled. We were spoiled. They used to call us rich kids on the block because we had everything that we wanted, while my dad and my mom was together. He didn't, he couldn't say no. So, Christmas was very, very huge. Birthdays was huge. Just a normal day could be huge. That was my dad. He loved to buy gifts and do things like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I know it was pretty hard, when he, broke the news to you guys that he was leaving. It was pretty rough.
Oh, man. It was rough because as a single mother, my mom hadn't worked. She had gotten pregnant with me when she was like 17 years old. First wasn't even out of high school yet. So from the time I think my mom said it met when it was like 14, 15, maybe something like that. So from that time all the way up until they divorced, they were together. So she didn't have to work, and so that transition was very, very hard on us. As her being a single mother and we end up, staying with my aunt sometimes or my grandmother sometimes. So that was a very rough time at that point. And until, things came into play and everything was okay. But for the most part, at the beginning, it was a little rough. I remember that.
Yeah, that's right. Because your mom just pretty much, so did she go back to school for training? Because she really didn't have any skill set at that point with raising kids, right?
Well, yeah. Well, she was a seamstress for a while. So she had those, and then she went and got her CNA, and she became a nurse. And she did that for years. And then she became a dental assistant, and now she's just trying to get her music off the ground. So she has her little small.
Oh, really?
I think she still has her little company. I'm not sure what she's doing with it right now, but she has her little company that she tries to deal with, her production company. Yeah.
All right. Well, tell her when she puts something out, she got to send it to me so I can put it on my show.
Well, the weird thing about it is, years ago, she had a couple of songs out, and one of them was playing in, like, Mississippi and Chicago, and I think it was 3 different states it played in, and I mean, she got some really good circulation because her first check was very nice. So, but that was then, I don't know what she's really doing with it now. Yeah.
All right, we got to check
She's
it out.
a gospel writer.
Is mom good looking? So is she good looking? Because I'm looking at your pictures. You take after mom?
I always tell everybody I like my daddy. But, yeah, everybody that knows my mom tell me I look just like her, like I'm a spitting image of her when she was my age. I hear that all the time. And I be like, no, I look like my daddy. Because I'm a daddy's girl. I really am. You know, I'm a daddy's girl. My mom always tell me that, you know, you just love your daddy. You know, so, yeah. But, yeah, they tell me I look like my mom.
Nothing wrong with that. All right, well, yeah, let mom know, you know, we'd be interested in listening to her tunes and, you know, do a video for YouTube for us. You know,
I sure will. She'd be glad to hear that.
Yeah, you got my email. You got your company up. You can help publish mom. All right, LaQuisha, we're going to take a quick break.
She has her own little company that she publishes her stuff.
We'll check out.
Yeah.
Tell her.
All right.
Yeah, tell her email me. Let me hear what she got. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna hear 2 of LaQuisha's poetry. She's written a poetry book called A Walk in My Shoes, and also I think you have another book out called Cell of My Mind, right? That's a poetry book also, correct?
Right, Cell of the Mind. That's I call that my baby. So yeah, I got that one.
All right. So we're going to hear a piece from both those books. All right, now you welcome to read more than 2 pieces, so let me know if you want to keep going. You're feeling good now, all right? All right, we're talking laqueisha-Malone. She got her company is called Strawberry Publications. She's from Arkansas, and we'll be right back. And when we get back, we're gonna listen to some of her work. All right, we're gonna listen to a commercial with James Deshay at jamesdeshay.com. One moment, y'all.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. Deshay. That's Deshay. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
Have you been hurt, been backstabbed? Gotta talking back to him, well, you're not alone. Escaping to another reality through Dominic Wilkins' good books, audio books, paperback, ebook, good books. Available on authordwilkinsgoodbooks.com.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Reedswell Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website, www.reedswellpublishing.com.
Hi, I am Arthur Crystal Alexis, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. Woohoo!
All right. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you for bringing us in. We talking to LaQuisha-Malone. She's the owner of Strawberry Publications. She got a book out called A Walk in My Shoes. Her poetry has been entered into numerous contests. Many of them were published in books, CDs, in the International Library of Poetry. She has won many, many awards for this publication. All right, and she's also a teacher. She teaches creative writing. That is awesome. So you'd be a good candidate to enter my contest, my writing contest. I would have seen your name
wow.
through there too.
I heard you say that. I didn't know anything about it. I sure would have entered.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still going on. It just got started, so we'll send you something out so you can sign up and enter it. All right? You only need 2,000 words to participate. Win yourself some great prizes. We're going to get some more prizes. All right, get everybody excited. All right, get the word out. All right, LaQuisha-Malone, you ready to read your poetry? I'm excited. I can't wait to hear. I love poetry.
All right, well, I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right. I'm going to just sit back so you can read them. Now, I'll tell you what. When you read the first one, tell us a little bit about it, and then you go right into the next piece, okay? So how many pieces you going to read?
2. I'll do 2 unless you ask for another.
I'm asking now. Yeah, give us 3. You got to give us 3.
Oh,
all right?
Lord, you
You're
get
trying
3.
to sell your book, right?
All right, I'll give you 3.
You're trying to sell this book.
I will. I'll give you 3.
They want to hear some stuff. All right, 3 points. All right, you can just tell us a little bit and just go right to the next one. All right, I'm just going to sit back and relax. All right, you ready?
All right. All right. Well, the first piece I'm going to read is from my latest release, A Walk in My Shoes, which is actually a re-release of my very first book, A New Pair of Shoes, Step in Mine. And this piece is called A Total Lie. He would tell me how I could change him. I knew right then the chances were slim. He said he's addicted like I am a drug, but he never knew what it meant to give a hug. I never could show it because he was never around. I knew what was going on, him creeping and sleeping, nowhere to be found. It hurt deep inside because I thought he loved me. Yes, I played the fool. I was blind. I couldn't see. I know everybody plays the fool sometimes. Guess this time was mine. So there I was, all alone, left in the rain all night long. I felt cold with no friends to understand what I was going through to lend a helping hand. I was faithful, never untrue. Nobody could see the pain I was going through. I hope you know how I feel. My love for you could have been real. That's the end of that one. And with A Total Lie, believe it or not, I was in my teens when I wrote that. I was still in high school and young, and you swear you're in love. And I was with somebody that I could say that was cheating on me, I guess. I'm young and, of course, dating, and he's dating. Well, he was sleeping with other girls. He wasn't sleeping with me because I wasn't giving it up, but he was sleeping with other girls, and expressing how that hurt to hear the lies, and knowing I knew what I knew, but thought I loved him and could stay anyway. So I could say that would be my story for that one. It's personal. Yeah, so you want to go into my next one?
Yeah, are you ready?
Okay.
I told you I was going to say nothing. I love that poem, though.
Oh, thank you. It was real. All my poetry just about is real.
Yeah,
Okay. My second one is going to come from my second book, Sale of the Mind, Once Was Lost, Now I'm Found. And the poems from this book, I was a little older. I can say I was in between the ages of 18 and 24, maybe 25. So this is a little bit older for me here. And the piece I'm going to read is called Regardless of His Status. I'm loving him at all times, regardless of what they say, and no matter his status. I will continue to hold it down even though they may talk about it, saying he will never be nothing. There's no hope in him. Why stick around? They're just jealous of this love I have found. We're not perfect. We both have our own imperfections. That's what makes me love you. There's no second guessing. I love your honesty and your opinionated mind. I don't have to stress because there's hope in your eyes. All I have, I give it to you freely. I open up my heart so loving me can be easy. I wrote this poem about a guy friend, and we were just friends, and it wasn't going to go any further than that because I didn't want to ruin the friendship. But I felt like people misunderstood him because of what the status quo was. He wasn't what they felt was the type of man I should have or what they felt was the type of man it should be anyway. And I feel like no one understands this is the most honest and, carefree person I know. So regardless of what his status is, I love him anyhow. Friends, whatever. So that kind of is what was generated from that poem there. And to give you a third piece, I must say I have to kind of go through this book right quick. I got the piece on my mind. I just have to get through my book. And it will come from the cell of mine. And I'm only going to say that because Self the Mind is my baby. I love this book. I love A Walk in My Shoes as well. But being that I was a little older with this one, I really dug into this one. But
yeah, that's right. Your books are available on Amazon.com. Anybody interested in
Barnes and Noble.
Can he see a sample?
Say it again.
Can they peep your book? Can they peep a couple poems before they buy it?
Yeah, you can look inside. For A Walk in My Shoes, I even have a little widget that I'm going to try to put up on my website. But I have a link. I can give it to you. Maybe you can use it somewhere, and they could just go and capture the first 12 pages of A Walk in My Shoes. So yeah. Try before you buy, right?
Yeah, 'cause I think. I think we have you. I think we have you out on our website where they could buy your book. If not, I have it ready for them tonight. So all they have to do is come out to positivepower21.org and buy it.
Baby.
I know you guys not used to me saying that. They're not used to me saying Positive Power. They used to me saying Spreaker. But we got Positive Power up and running now. You can listen to all the shows 24/7 streaming. So you get to hear LaQuisha all week long, 15 hours a day. Until she falls out the lineup. but hopefully she'll become a sponsor and you'll be able to continue to buy her book off our website.
Hey, just let me know what I have to do. How about that?
Yeah, all right. Awesome. All right. laqueisha-malone, the poet. I love
you ready for the third piece? Yeah, you ready for the third piece?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay.
Yeah,
this one is coming. This one is coming from Cell of the Mind as well, and if you want, I can read a fourth piece, and it can come out of A Walk in My Shoes too, just so I can have 2 for 2, if you want me to.
Okay,
but,
yeah. Go ahead, read straight through, because we're going to run out of time soon, so you can go ahead and read your 2 poems. All right.
Okay. This one is called Distinguished. Okay, this one is called Distinguished. I look into your eyes, and I see the future ahead. I cloud my thoughts with negativity instead. Why I do not know. Maybe because I have been hurt so many times before. You assure me time after time, but someone else has already used a few of those lines. Please do not get agitated when I sigh in disbelief. Trust me, baby, it's not you, it's me. I know you mean well, and my best interest is at your heart. I'm just having a hard time trying to pull the two apart. Bad and good, lies and truth, honor and betrayal, past relationships and you. My mind is boggled every day. I'm so afraid I will push you away. There are a few days I have mastered forgetfulness. Then there are those days of me it gets the best. The good thing is I'm satisfied and content. It's just those memories that are hard to deal with. I've always heard it that love is blind. I put my hand in your hand and open its eyes. And I just wrote that one about being afraid to try or being afraid to love because of past situations, which is a normal thing for people. You know, sometimes you have something good in your face, but because of the hurts and all the things you went through from your past, you can't see the good thing in front of you because you're so afraid they're going to be just like the person who told the lie. And you kind of got to distinguish between when the lie says what they got to say compared to when the truth comes out. And it could be some of the same things, but it's the truth. You can't get mad at the truth over here because the lie chose to tell the truth in in wolf clothing, you know?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's tough, man. That was a nice piece. And anybody pick up this book, they pretty much got your diary, huh?
Basically, that's what it is. That's what it started out with me. That was that's how I cope with anything that I went through with my so-called relationships as a teenager, the transition to adulthood. I didn't have friends I trusted to talk to without telling my business. So the only person I knew I could relate that to, which was really just pen and paper, because I never intended to share it. I didn't want nobody in my business to know what I was really going through. Yeah.
All right, I'm ready for the next one because we're running out of time now. But go ahead, I'm ready for the next one.
All right, the next one I have.
After that, okay.
All right, okay, the last one I have is called Letting Go. It's from A Walk in My Shoes. Sometimes in life there are things to choose. Even if it means the one you love, you lose. Sometimes it's a lesson you need to know, that to pass the test, the ones you love, you let go. It's not easy to do losing the one you love, precisely over stupid stuff. The pain you hate to show for the loved one you had to let go. Loving you was the best thing ever happened to me. You taught me a lot and made me believe. This may sound crazy, yes, I know. The one I loved, I had to let go. Sometimes in life there are sacrifices with no guarantees. Then you say to yourself, why me? But there are some things you have to let show. Just like love, you have to let it go. And that's self-explanatory. Growing up, having these relationships and you don't want to let it go, but you have to. It may not be what you want to do, but sometimes for the best. That's right. So that was it.
That's right. You gotta do what you gotta do. That's right.
Yeah.
All right, LaQuisha, I appreciate you reading the poems. It was simply
you.
awesome. I love it. Love it.
Thanks.
Yeah, we gotta get you back on do a version of Unplugged. You can read a couple of your poems and promote your book. So just let me know. We usually do the recordings on Saturday mornings. So just let us inbox me. Let me know you're ready. You've been practicing and you're ready to go unplugged. All right. We're
you gonna have me a spoken word in a minute. Keep on.
That's right. That's what we do here. We bring independence to the limelight, to the mainstream. That's right. Positive Power 21. We in the helping people business. All right, we're gonna take a quick commercial. When we come back, we're gonna get your final thoughts, okay? All right?
Cool. All right.
All right. Okay.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Hardy, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Hey everyone, this is Tanika Gonzalez, spoken word poet. Whenever I'm online, I'm always listening to Jerry Royce Live. You can find Jerry on www.spreaker.com. Positive Power 21.
All right, that's Tanika Gonzalez, one of my favorite poets out there. Her and my man Justice Clark, they be throwing down here at Positive Power 21. So you got to check out my 12 Poet LP that we released this month, LaQuisha. It's simply awesome. It's right on the website under Unplugged. So check it out. It runs like 2.5 hours. 12 poets. Awesome. Awesome. All right, so check that out, okay, when you get a chance. All right, laqueisha-malone. She's on Amazon.com. She's going to be back to do an Unplugged with Jerry Royce Live. Can't wait. Just let me know when you're ready. All right, you ready to give us your final thoughts for tonight's show?
Sure thing. All right, well, my final thoughts will be one of my favorite quotes that I love to use that I got is never give up. Don't let anyone tell you it's impossible. And every day find something that will bring you closer to your dreams. And that's by me. So I encourage everyone to follow your dreams no matter what someone tells you. If they tell you can't make it this way, I promise you there's a back door, because if there's a front, there's always a back. If you can't find a back, just lift up one of those windows. You got it.
That's right. Get out of there. LaQuisha said get out of there. All right, LaQuisha, we appreciate having you here. And like I said earlier, we love to have you back on our show Unplugged. Just let us know when you're ready. We'll mix the tape just like I'm going to mix this one up for you. Put some nice music on there so the world can hear you. And we really enjoy having you on the show. Got to have you back.
Man, I enjoy myself. All right? You brought something out of me that I didn't know was there, so yeah. I felt good eating, and I know we're going to need them.
Yeah, you did it. You did a great job. You did an awesome job, and that's why we say my new saying is my new saying today, and on my website you see it now. They say live it up. You gotta live it up, y'all. Gotta enjoy what God has given you. He bless you with your talent. Showcase it to the world. That's what I say. That's why I'm here right now, so you guys can come out here and showcase your talent to the world. All right, LaQuisha, we appreciate having you. I gotta get out here and get ready for the next guest. But like I said, let me know when you're ready, all right? Be ready when you are. Right. Everybody, laqueisha-Malone, Maryland, D.C., Virginia, Jamaica, Barbados. I tell people all the time, if you want to hear the good stuff, just like tonight, we heard laqueisha-Malone came out her shell and threw down. That's right, 3 beautiful poems. You know, she, of course, was the diary of her heart, but hey, we understand, you know, you write from your heart. I'm Jerry Royce live worldwide on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. Take care, everybody. Stay awesome all week long. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce live. All right, that's a wrap. Don't forget about the writing contest.
You are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
Hi, I am recording artist Marilyn Dunn from St. Louis, Missouri. If you are looking for some soul-stirring, anointed, spiritual, and heartfelt music, visit my website at www.MarilynDunnMinistries.com. Or you can also find me on CD Baby, iTunes, and Reverb Nation. For booking information, contact Mr. Kevin Dunn at 636-856-0551. That's 636-856-0551.
Hi, this is Nicole Hill, author of Betrayed, and I'm live on Jerry Royce Live Worldwide.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the Poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Ramon Marquis with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Hey, thank you everybody for joining us on PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and you're listening to episode 319 with Nicole Hill, author Betrayed. And you can find her book on Amazon.com. That's right. Now stay tuned for a message from James Deshay, the poet. One moment, please.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. Deshay. That's Deshay. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
All right, that's James Deshay at jamesdeshay.com. Check him out. Awesome book. You can also hear James on our LP that we produce with 12 poets. That's right, spoken word. Most of them are just readers, writers. Just check it out. It's simply awesome. You can check it out at PositivePower21.org and go to Unplug. All right, let's get to our guest tonight. We got Nicole Hill. She's the author of Betrayed, Kindle edition. She was born, her bio reads, I was born in Batavia, New York, but raised in Montezuma, Georgia. I now reside in Macon, Georgia. I graduated from D.F. Douglas High School in 1993. I've been married for 6 years. I have 3 amazing kids, 1 daughter, 2 sons. I also have a grandson and a granddaughter. I've been writing stories since I was 8 years old. It was my way of escaping whatever I was going through. I graduated from Herding University online in 2009 with an associate's degree in medical billing and coding. I enjoy spending quality time with my family, and I love watching football and basketball. So she must be talking about the Atlanta Falcons and the Hawks, but we'll find out. So we about to bring on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a lot of people listening. We got Nicole Hill. How you doing, Nicole? What's going on?
I'm good, and you?
Awesome. You ready for your first question?
I am.
All right, awesome. Your first question is, who is Nicole Hill, the author?
I'm a mother. I'm a wife. I'm a grandmother. I'm a loving person, and my motto is, to know me is to love me.
That is awesome. So you got a lot of friends there, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. All right, so you grew up in Georgia. So is the Atlanta Falcons and the Atlanta, Georgia your team of choice, or just because you was born in that area?
No, they're not my team of choice. I'm actually a New Orleans Saints fan.
Oh,
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that? And basketball, and who you follow for basketball?
Actually, I have like 2 teams I like. I like Miami and I like Cleveland.
Oh, good. Okay. So you follow the 2 teams that had LeBron.
Yeah, I'm a LeBron James fan.
Yeah. I think now because players are not, they're not retiring with teams that draft them. It's a little hard sometimes to fall in love with a team when your player ups and leaves. So sometimes you find people now following their play, especially for football now. I think this year was so crazy the way the free agency went. Everybody lost their favorite players. So it's like, oh, man, am I a Torrey Smith fan or am I a San Francisco fan, or do I stay a Ravens fan? It's like, but I love my Ravens because they've been doing so well for so many years. But for teams that don't do too well, it's a little hard sometimes to, to follow them every season.
See, I used to like the Eagles when Mike Vick was playing with them, but he's no longer with them, so
They're not my team of choice anymore. Yeah.
That's right. And every year, Mike Vick can be with a different team, because he's kind of like, past his prime now. So he's like a gun for hire, hired gun. Yeah, you're right. Because we used to love some Vic too when he was with Atlanta. Because I used to like Atlanta for a couple of years when they had Deion Sanders and a couple guys that I was like a fan favorite of. But them guys up and jumps. The next thing I know, I was a Dallas fan and a San Francisco fan, and then he's with the Redskins, then he's with the Ravens, and so when he came with the Ravens, I was kind of sold on the Ravens. Yeah.
Just all over the place.
I know, it's tough. Yep, they all over the place. You're right. All right, so we're here to talk about Nicole Hill, the author. Now, we want to get to know you. I'm strong in Washington, D.C., Maryland, Virginia, Delaware, PA. They want to know. They always say, Jerry, we want to get to know the authors. We want to buy their books, but we want to know who they are, what they are about. So what is Nicole all about? We know you're about family, but tell us a little bit about your background. How did you grow up in Georgia? Georgia. I thought that was part of Africa for a minute.
Every time somebody asks me where I'm from and I say Montezuma, they were like, where is Montezuma, Georgia? It is a little small town like south of Macon, Georgia. And my mom moved us to Georgia when I was like 5 years old. So I've been here all my life. Practically all my life.
All your life. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Montezuma sounds like a small city in South Africa.
It's small, but the people there are, everybody knows everybody. So just a little tight-knit family.
Not a family. So what drives the economy there? Do you guys have like a big factory,
No.
a big retail outlet? What drives the economy there?
Oh, it's barely any jobs in Montezuma. That's why everybody moves and travel to go to work. But, they had like a plant there, but they closed it down.
Oh, so they did have a big plant. What was the name of that plant?
It changed names. It was Southern Frozen Food at one time. I think it was Allen's at one time.
So it went through a couple of ownerships before they finally closed it down. Yeah, because what happens, I think sometimes the foreign companies buy them and they just take the business, and put it somewhere else where they have other operations going on. So was that like a big dent? Did they put a big dent in the economy in that community? Did a lot of people get laid off where they had opportunity to retire first?
Yeah.
Well, that was the deal.
Yeah, I think. And then it's like. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Say what you're saying.
Oh no, it was like it was like two plants. One of them was like for seasonal workers, and one was like for regular workers. But the regular work was like the older people. So I think those are the ones that really got the benefits.
Because most of the time, I guess they saw it coming. They saw the writing on the wall, and they try to encourage their children to go to college so they can do better. Because they know what it's like working in those factories. It's not easy. It's not easy labor. Especially you have a owner who's probably looking to sell it so he can retire because nothing but just a big headache. Sometimes when they get a certain size, and plus just so. The business is so challenging right now, so those guys probably should let them get out while they can so they can get paid and retire. Yeah. All right. So you got to do what you got to do. All right. So was that kind of the ammo there that, your parents was like, hey, Nicole, you need to look at finishing high school with a bang, go to college, become somebody. What were they trying to sell to you at the time when you saw all this going on?
I always wanted to go to college. It took me a while to get there because I really didn't know what I wanted to major in. But I knew I didn't want to be in Montezuma all my life.
Yeah. So what kind of student were you in high school at Douglas High School?
Oh, I was a good student. I was a cheerleader. I was in the band. I was just all over the place.
Yeah. Now, did you guys?
And it was an all-black school.
Baseball team?
We had a football team.
Yeah, most of the time, Douglas schools. I was gonna say Douglas schools are normally all-black schools. 9 times out of 10, right?
We had an okay football team. Yeah, we had I think they won the championship in 1981, and we didn't get anything after that. We had a good basketball team, girls and boys, but we had a fire band. Yeah, our band was off the chain.
Yeah, so you actually compete, travel, and everything?
I mean, our band director, he graduated from our business, so, we used to be in the parades and, like, going different places. But, yeah, we had a good band.
Good. All right, good. So were they ever invited to play for the Atlanta Falcons?
No.
Georgia Dome? Never played in the Georgia Dome?
No.
Nah. All right. But y'all was still good, though. I know up in Maryland they have the big bands compete in Ocean City, where all the bands come from all over Maryland, Virginia, and fight for the big trophy. And my dad actually had a step band, steppers in the band, and they actually won, I think, a few years in a row. They were made up of, students from the community and people of the community. They put their wits together and talent, and they used to bring the trophy home. Yeah.
Well, like now they have like Battle of the Bands, but that's Macon County was a part of that. I think last year here in Macon they have the Battle of the Bands, but they didn't have that when I was in the band.
Yeah, the Macon is a pretty big city in Georgia compared to Montezuma, right?
It is.
I heard some history. A lot of history come out of Macon. I think they had a school that had gotten torn down, and some of the alumni got together to try to produce a book about it, about the school. I was actually working on that project. I never seen it. It didn't finish though. I'm not sure what happened. The lady that was leading the project, she had some personal issues went on. But I wanted to see that project finish. I was starting to learn a lot about Macon, Georgia. So you guys got a lot of history there, especially with the segregation and everything that went on down the area. A lot of history. A lot of stuff went on in the 50s and the 60s. A lot of history. And that's a shame because a lot of it, never was published anywhere. So it'll always take one person to step up to make that happen. Now, you guys, do you guys have any history in Montezuma that you could talk about? Anything big, anybody come out of that area that you think people would know of? Besides Coal Hill?
We had a couple of football players. I can't think of his name. He's a Cochran, I think. He played with the Seahawks a while ago.
Wow. Good. So you had a couple guys made it out of the high school and made it to the pros. Yeah, that's pretty popular in Georgia. You guys see a lot of athletes make it to the Big Ten colleges and then off to the professional sports. Yeah. Nothing stops them. It's like a train. Just keep moving forward. Yeah, you hear a lot about that. That's good. That's good. All right, so you got your three amazing kids. What's your children's names?
Gabrielle, Jaleel, and Jaquil.
All right. And what are they into?
Well, Gabrielle, she graduated from, I want to say, I can't remember the college, but it was online. She got her associates in early childhood. She has 2 kids. My youngest son, he's about to graduate high school. And my oldest son is still trying to find himself.
Yeah, it takes some time. What he's into? Music, the arts, any talent?
Basketball.
Trying to home in on?
Yeah. Great basketball player.
All right, so he's still he's trying to break into with like foreign sport, like basketball overseas?
That is a possibility, yes. Been looking into that for him.
Yeah, that's the way to go. Sometimes you just need to get over. So did he play in college?
He didn't go to college. He played in school. He played in middle school, and he made it to the 9th grade and dropped out.
Oh, okay. So he needs to work on a couple of things. Okay, well, he might be able to make it overseas. They do very well overseas. A lot of really good athletes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like here in the U.S., it's like everything is the same way. You have to follow protocol. High school, college, get in the draft, get into the pros. If that don't work, go overseas, come back. All right. So he need to find another door, take another door. So just Yeah, because sometimes talent is not enough. They just want you to follow the protocol. All right, well, just work on him. He'll find his way. Just stay in prayer for him and be in his corner.
Always,
who knows?
always.
He might decide to go get his GED, take a couple courses in college, maybe become a basketball coach or something. You never know.
He's been actually working on that.
Is he? Oh, good.
Mm-hmm. He's been actually working on that. He just can't stay focused.
Yeah, it's hard. All right, Nicole, now you said in your bio you've been writing since you were 8 years old. And you said you used that to escape a few things. What were you trying to escape? What was going on that you needed to write?
I have always been like the quiet, shy person, and it was always hard for me to express my feelings just like talking, so I would write. And then I'm the youngest of 5 kids. So my older brother and sister, they had no time for me, so I let my imagination run wild.
So did you compete in competition, things like that?
No. Nope.
Just wrote.
No.
So what were you writing?
Just
what was
stories.
Your genre?
I never kept a diary. That's something I never did. I never kept a diary. I just would, just write for that day, and I would tear it up. I never wanted anybody to read what I wrote. Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's understandable. Because you mentioned you was trying to escape from something. So what you was trying to escape from, loneliness? Is that what it was?
I wouldn't say loneliness. I guess more like frustration. Being that I was the youngest and, my mom and dad separated when I was 5. I was a daddy's baby. Yeah, so when we moved back then I did, yeah.
Yeah, that could be pretty traumatic for, a young girl, used to her dad coming home every day from work, greeting him at the door, everybody sitting down at dinner together, breaking bread, and then one day he's not there anymore. That could be hard, pretty traumatic for a young kid. So you went to your writing.
I did.
Did you think, now writing at 8 years old, that's early to start developing your craft. Did you join the high school newspaper, write for your community, anything like that?
No.
So when did you decide to save all these stories? So you saved all the stories for your adult life? Because how long you been writing now?
I just recently started back writing, maybe like a little over a year ago.
You released quite a few books. How many books you have? Because I thought I've seen at least 4.
Just one. It's my first book.
Just one book?
Yeah, this is my very first book.
Oh my goodness.
You've probably seen a lot of Nicole Hills on Amazon, but no, that's not me. I only have one book.
Yeah. Okay, that's not you. Okay, so I did see 3 Nicole Hills, so books, but that's not you, just the one. All right.
Just the one.
You're a newbie out there then. Okay.
I am.
So how's it feel? I mean, how you like it so far, being in the publishing world?
I'm still adjusting. It's all new. I mean, it hasn't hit me yet. Not yet. It hasn't hit me, but I'm enjoying it. Yeah. It's like a dream come true.
Out there yet to meet? Yeah, it is for a lot of people. I mean, right now, the internet has made it pretty easy for people to get published now because it's easier to find an audience. Just a matter of just being assertive, getting out there. And you're a quiet person. You probably work well behind the computer. How are you engaging your fans right now? Are you engaging them every day?
Yes, on Facebook, Twitter. Yeah.
So that's you there, huh? You can handle that?
I can handle that.
Yeah. How about when your publisher starts setting you up for book signings? Because book signing season coming now. Spring, weather warming up here in the north.
I know.
Excited. I know you guys had snow down there. You had ice. People want to stay indoors, read all those books they read. Now they're interested in finding new authors. So how
I'm
you
ready.
Gonna do it?
I'm ready.
You ready?
I'm ready.
You have any dates you like to talk about right now? Any dates set up right now?
Not at the moment.
Tell everybody where they can meet you?
Not at the moment. It's still in the works.
All right. Good. Yeah. Because you got most of the big book signings that's going on in the north. Most of those things start happening around August, so you got time. I guess it's not too late to get a booth. You got a lot of festivals going on up in New York, Philly, New Jersey, Baltimore, Washington. Washington has a lot of festivals going on. Just a matter of getting online, find out about them. You got a lot of advocate groups, organizations getting together, do community events. You know, a lot going on. Sometimes you want to try, get out of the norm. You got people using wine tasting events, hosting, parties, cookouts, invite their friends and tell them what they're doing. Now, how your family feel about you being an author, a writer? Have they embraced that yet? They believe it?
Yeah, everybody's happy.
Everybody happy?
Everybody's happy.
Yeah, they should be excited. All right. Nicole, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about this book, Betrayed.
Okay.
That's right. Okay. That's right. It said this book, Nicole say in her synopsis, step into my world. Let me take you on a journey of sex, lies, and betrayal. How would you feel if you found out your best friend is really a foe? Oh, all right. So we're going to check it out. So everybody listen to this. We got a couple presentations. We'll be right back with Nicole Hill, author of Betrayed, with Reese Publishing Company.
Have you been hurt, been backstabbed, got a talking back team, well, you're not alone, escaping to another reality, through Dominic Wilkins' good books, audio books, paperback, ebook, good books. Available on authordwilkinsgoodbooks.com.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Reedswell Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website, www.reedswellpublishing.com. I might be the pizza man.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Hey everyone, this is Tamika Gonzalez, spoken word poet. Whenever I'm online, I'm always listening to Jerry Royce Live. You can find Jerry on www.spreaker.com. Positive Power 21.
You work for already once. I think so.
All right, we're talking to Nicole Hill, author of Betrayed. She's from Reese Publishing House, born and raised in Batavia, New York. I'm sorry, she was born in Batavia, New York, now living in Macon, Georgia. All right. Welcome back, Nicole. How you doing? Ready for the second half of the show?
I am.
You ready? All right, good. All right, well, let's start out about your characters. Tell us a little bit about your main characters in this book without, giving away too much about the book, but let's talk about these characters you got here. Tell us about them.
Chloe, Carrie, and Jason.
Carrie and Jason.
Mm-hmm.
All right, they the prime characters in this book.
Yes.
All right. Well, let's talk about Carrie. Who's Chloe? Tell us about Chloe's personality.
Chloe is just all around. She's an all around girl. She's been through a lot. She's going through a lot. She's just trying to survive. Carrie, on the other hand, is the jealous type. She wants what everybody else has. She don't want to work for what she has. She just want to take
other people's stuff. Jason, he's just a handsome guy that's trying to give himself to Chloe.
All right. So Jason likes Chloe. So how Chloe feel about Jason? So what's going on in this book? Is it a triangle going on? What's the deal? Tell us a little bit about the synopsis of the book.
Okay. Chloe and Carrie are best friends. They've been friends for years. Carrie has, secretly been hating on her, her whole life, but Chloe didn't know it. So it's this whole, are you really my friend, or, are you just out to get me type thing. That's their relationship. Jason comes into the picture. Carrie likes Jason also. She was the one who really wanted to talk to him. But he didn't want to talk to her. He wanted Chloe. So she was upset about that, too.
And nothing going to come out of this triangle.
You have to read the book to find out.
Yeah. So what are you hoping that, a reader will get from this book? What's the message you trying to send with this book?
That every person that smiles in your face and claims to be your friend, it's really not your friend. You have friends that are really against you. You may think they're for you, but they are really against you. So you just have to watch the people that you hang around.
So Betrayed is the perfect title.
Yes.
3 friends. Well, supposedly 3 friends. So what's the ages of these characters?
They're in their late 20s.
All right, so they working? They in a big city, small town? Where are they?
It's right here in Macon, Georgia.
Yeah, Macon, Georgia. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Got them right there. All right. So
right
are
here
they
in Macon, Georgia.
Business people? What's the deal? What are they?
College graduates. Business. Yes.
And Jason? What's Jason's occupation?
Jason is actually a detective.
A detective?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned in your synopsis that he's hiding behind a deep, dark secret. Is that the sell of the book?
Yeah.
People want to read to find out what Jason's hiding. He's a detective.
Yeah.
He should have seen a lot.
That's really giving too much. That's really giving too much as a detective. So you have to read the book to find out about Jason.
Yeah. So Jason, he's a homicide detective? All right. So Jason got a deep, dark secret.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Big Jason. All right. So we have to find out what's going on. Now, how are you marketing this book to your family? What are your fans saying so far? Because you're brand new out there. You're trying to introduce yourself to the world.
The people that have inboxed me or, wrote on my wall saying that they read the book, everybody has liked it so far.
Good.
So I've got nothing but, good reviews so far.
Good. Now, how long you been under Reese World Publishing?
I just signed with him, January.
Oh, cool. Brand new relationship then. Okay.
Brand new relationship,
so
yes.
Now, did you start out as self-publishing and then you got picked up by Reese World?
No.
You did?
Mm-mm.
No? Oh,
no.
So how that relationship happen?
That is one in a million. We was put in contact by a mutual friend, and it went from there.
Wow. Because it's not too often you hear a first-time author come out right out of the bat, first book get picked up by a publishing company. That just doesn't happen. And Reese World seems like they're really hard workers. They're out there grinding. See them out there promoting. You know.
Yes.
You know. I know you're talking about now. I forgot where they based. Are they based in the South or are they based in the North?
California.
California's right there out west. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's big for you.
Yes.
West, a publishing company from the West picking up a Southern author. Wow, you must be very impressive.
It is all God. It's all God. Yes.
Yeah, good for you. All right. And this sounds like this Betrayed is a good read. You're talking about Chloe, Carrie, two good friends, been friends since elementary school, homegirls, and then Jason coming to the picture from the Big Apple, big city boy. Now, is he working? I'm gonna get back to him a little bit. He's working. He took a homicide job, a detective job in Georgia. He's raising a family. Is it just him? What's the deal with Jason?
It's just him. It's just him.
It's him. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So he's a single guy. He's up for grabs. These women professional, college graduates. They know what they want. They know what they see something they want. They're interested. All right. Now, what else can we expect in this book besides the betrayal with the friendship? Is there any mystery to it? Any thriller?
It's a little cheating going on. Some cheating.
Oh, yeah. We know the betrayal's there. We know the line is there. We know there's going to be a journey of sex going on. So you got two best friends, single guy. Pretty much a typical story.
Ex-boyfriend, ex-lover. Yeah. So you just gonna have to read. You're gonna have to read it. You won't be disappointed.
Yeah, y'all got to get the book.
Gotta get the book. Gotta get it.
That's right. Betrayal. All right, tell us about that book cover. Did you have an opportunity to decide on your book cover? How instrumental were you with that?
Well, I mean, we went through ideas, and we had like 2 copies, and I got to pick which one I liked.
Oh,
and
good.
that's yeah. Reese is wonderful. I mean, this publishing company I'm with is awesome. It's just like one big family. Everybody is one big family.
So was that important? To you as an author, looking for a publishing company where, you could be yourself, it's more family structured, not just about the money?
Yes.
Yeah, it was important.
It makes it easier.
Yeah, because it can be kind of frustrating for some authors. They've been writing for a long time, self-publishing.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to get picked up nowadays, even by virtual publishers. Sometimes they just say they don't have enough room because they're already at the max now. Because it takes a lot, the work. Social media is very time-consuming, and you want to kind of give all of your authors the same amount of time. You don't want to favor one over the next. But as an author, what could you say to someone who's interested in being published by a company such as Reese World Publishing? What would be your advice for them if they want to get noticed, by a company like that one?
I mean, just believe in themselves and, put their work out there. I mean, they have to, put the time in. I mean, if you get turned down, don't take that as, well, don't nobody want me, because the next company might will. So you just have to keep pushing. Right. Be positive about it. That's right. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, because for years, people used to be sending out query letters to publishers. Traditional publishing was the dominant publishing company at one time. Do you think now that, the internet has made it open the playing ground up a little bit, that, anybody who's a hard worker, that understand the publishing industry, especially putting out a good product, a good story, could get published by a company like Reese World and some of the others that's like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's always looking for new talent.
That's right. So what was so impressive? What did you bring to the table, you think, as Nicole Hill, the author? What did she bring to the table?
I brought good work. I mean, I gave my best foot. I put my best foot forward. I gave my best. And he recognized that.
Mm-hmm. Now, you're a natural hustler. You're somebody get out there and tell everybody in the world what you're doing, or still, you still kind of on the quiet side, or you kind of got over that. So you're in business now.
I'm still quiet. But I mean, I don't mind promoting myself. I don't mind putting myself out there.
Mm-hmm. All right. Good. All right. Well, Nicole, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we want to get your final thoughts, what you'd like to share with your audience, We already know you want them to buy your book. That's right. It's Betrayed, Nicole Hill. She's out there at Amazon.com. She'll be on PositivePower21.org. All right, before I go, I just want to let everybody know we're having a writing contest. That's right, Reese World. You have any authors out there looking for a challenge? We got a question going on out there that you have to write 2,000, 4,000 words about. When I get back, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that. So let's hear a word from our sponsor. All right, hold tight, everybody. Bill Powers.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Hardy, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker-Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
PositivePower21.org, Internet Radio.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
All right, thank you, family. Thank you, family. That's right, y'all. Family. That's right, nothing like family. Nicole believes in that. She's from Mason. She's down in Mason, Georgia. That's right, we all about family. All right, we're talking to Nicole Hill. Let me bring it back on here real quick. And Nicole, because Nicole, you was making a lot of noise in the background. I had to put you on mute. All right, Nicole, we got you back. All right, Nicole. Oh, yeah. And before we end our show, we want to say thank you very much for being part of PositivePower21.org and Jerry Royce Live show. And thank you for being part of it and joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Your final thought. Yeah, you're welcome. So be ready for your final thoughts. All right?
Okay. My book is available on Amazon. Paperback is coming this week. Shout out to Reese at Reese World. And I just want to thank you for having me on the show. Yeah, reeseworld.com.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Don't forget, again, her book's available at Reese World Publishing. That's RHYS Reese World Publishing. And also you can find Reese World Publishing right there on our website. You'll see Nicole's book sitting right there on www.positivepower21.org. You want to check it out, read her reviews, check out sample pages before you make that purchase. Then you got that one click and it's yours. The book can be downloaded. Like she said, her paperback will be available, I guess she said, at the end of this week.
This week.
And again, if any questions, this week, any questions, direct them to Reese World Publishing, her publisher, and it's RHYS Reese World Publishing. I don't know why I want to spell world for some reason. I'm on this worldwide kick. All right. Well, we thank our audience. That are worldwide right now, that's listening to us right now, checking out Nicole Hill, the author of Betrayed. And also, Nicole, don't forget we having that writing contest, so tell your friends about it. That's right, if you're interested in writing anything like science fiction, paranormal, thrillers, mystery, drama, monster. The question is, what would you do? What would you do if you knew that the earth will end in 66 days? That's right. 2,000, 4,000 words. submit it to us. You can hit our link up on positivepower21.org. We got prizes. That's right. You can be a guest on our show, get advertising for a couple of months, and we got some other things that's happening that you could be part of. All right? So check it out at positivepower21.org. That's a writing content. Creative writing. So be as creative as you like. All right? You don't have to worry about sending it to your editor or anything like that. It won't be published nowhere. All right? Okay, Nicole, we thank you. Thanks again for being on the show. And
thank you.
We'll hear from you again when you're ready to drop that next book. So you're working on another project after this one, correct?
Yes.
All right, good. Have you titled it yet? Or was that a mystery?
I don't want to say right now.
All right. Another deep, dark secret. Like Jason, right? All right, everybody. Don't forget now, she got Chloe, Curry, Jason. They're ready to tell that story now, Nicole Hill. Check her out, again, at Reese World Publishing. And Nicole Hill on Amazon.com. All right, everybody. I always tell everybody all the time, Nicole, they want to hear the good stuff. The real good stuff. That's right. Stories like Chloe, Curry, Jason. That's right. A journey of sex, lies, and betrayal. You check it out. Amazon.com, on positivepower21.org. You can hear the show also on Spreaker.com/positivepower. Don't forget about my writing contest. Check it out on positivepower21.org. I'm Jerry Royce Live. I'm worldwide. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on positivepower21.org and Spreaker.com/positivepower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, everybody, stay awesome all week long.
You are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
Hello, I'm Author Gerald Manuel, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. And when I'm online, I listen to Jerry Royce Live on www.speaker.com, positivepower21.org. Peace out.
Have you been hurt? Been backstabbed? God are talking back to him. Well, you're not alone. No. Escaping to another reality. Through Dominic Wilkins' good books. Good books, audio books, paperback, ebook, good books. Available on authordwilkinsgoodbooks.com.
Hi, this is Armada West. I'm the author of The King's Mortal, and I'm on Jerry Royce Live.
You are listening to positivepower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the Poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to writingroyaltypromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and you're listening to episode 318 with Amada West, author of The King's Mortal. It's right, available March 16th, just was dropped. So before we bring her on, let's have a word from our sponsor, Mr. James Deshay, the Romance Man.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. Deshay. That's Deshay. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
This is Brandon Royce, and you're listening to Jerry Royce Live worldwide on PositivePower21.org.
You're listening to Jerry Royce Live worldwide on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. Tonight's guest is Amada West. Amada West is an American author and model from upstate New York. Her first notable recognition was her comedic play, The Lou Cute, which won a playwright competition and starred actress Fiona Hutchison, an avid gamer. West wrote articles and tech reviews for the GamersHub.net. Her foray into publication began at Crushing's Heart Black Butterfly in 2012 with the release of her romance novella Undefeated and her first full-length novel Bottom Feeder, a short story. Underneath the Christmas Tree was included in her first Hot Ink holiday anthology, MILF and Cookies. West co-authored in romantic sci-fi short story Space in the Fall with her fellow author and friend Jay Leith. The piece premiered in the Persephone Song Anthology from Keith's Publications. In 2012, West was contracted by Distinguished Press for her series Winter Tide, a revamping of Bottom's Feeder. King's Mortal will be available March 6, 2015, When the Gloves Come Off, a full-length novel adaptation of West's Undefeated, was picked up by Rome's Publishing in 2014. The release date is pending. As a model, Amada has been featured in Riot Vixen magazine, February 2014, and on Ink Girl. She's also worked with game developers Jamie Frame for his 2014 Tree Translator Kickstarter campaign and was featured in 2 of his promotional videos. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Amada West, author. Enjoy this presentation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Amada West to Jerry Royce Live worldwide. What's up, Amada? How you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. Not too much going on. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing awesome. So glad to have a fellow model on the show. You know, I used to do that back in the day. Nothing to brag about, but I got some bills paid. So you still doing that?
Yeah, I'm still doing that. I was in touch with a photographer that wants to get into fashion designing and, you know, try and set something with them to actually model clothes for once.
All right. So we're going to get into that a little bit. But before we ask you any more questions about your modeling career, we want to know, who is Amada West?
I'm pretty simple. I'm originally from upstate New York, cow country pretty much. I grew up on a farm and everything. I moved south about 5 years ago, and I loved it down there. I just moved back up north this past summer, and I'm miserable. This past winter has been terrible. I'm depressed and sad, and I can't wait to get back down south.
Get out of here. You said the winter been affecting your mentality? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, I write really dark stuff, but I can only handle so much doom and gloom around me.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna talk about that. All right. So tell us about your modeling career. Now you mentioned ink in your bio. So was that like tattoo magazines?
Yeah, I am pretty heavily tattooed. The photos I had in Riot Vixen, they showcased a lot of my tattoos. Ink Girls was all about sexy tattoos, classy tattoos.
Now, where can people find you if they want to peep you online on social media? Where can they find you?
They can always pull me up on Facebook. It's Armada West. Just search it; it'll come right up. Same with Twitter, at Armada West. If you go on Ink Girls, I'm available under North Carolina and Connecticut.
Oh, good. Yeah. Now, I've been on your Facebook page. A lot of it's talking a lot about you. You being an author, so they will have to go through with all your photographs. You have a lot of pictures of yourself. I see a lot of flowers and statues and book covers.
I got a lot of pictures up. I keep my modeling stuff in an album all by itself, so people won't have to hunt too hard.
Okay. All right. So we just check out your albums. All right. Now, how did that get started? The modeling career, the tattoos.
It's funny. When I was down south, I had a friend and his wife modeled, and I joked. I was like, anybody can be a model. And they're like, well, that's so easy. Why don't you go do it? So it's like, all right, I'll go do it. Watch me.
And bam, it happened. Wow.
Yeah, I'm one of those people where, if you give me a challenge or say I can't do something, the first thing I'm going to do is go do it.
Yeah. Now, you sound very young. Well, how old are you?
I am 26.
26. Yeah, you're very young. I remember 26. Matter of fact, I think 26-year-old women are very interesting. They pretty much lived enough of life that they know what they want at 26, I would say. I remember that age. Very mature. You guys kind of know your direction. You kind of made a few mistakes. You learned enough that it's time to move on. So where are you right now in your mindset, your thinking when it comes to your career and relationships, those kind of things? Where are you?
I'm in a pretty solid place right now as far as career goes and everything. I'm kind of working, pay the bills. I have a direction I'm going with that. I would love in a few years after I get some of the bigger bills paid off to cut back to just part-time and, focus on the writing. The writing is really what I love to do, so, of course, that's what I would love to have as a full job.
Yeah. Now, do you think that the modeling may take off? Is there any room for advancement?
It definitely hasn't hurt my writing. There was a point where I was getting 40, 50 friend requests on Facebook every day, and I'm pretty sure that the modeling helped to drive that.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, the easy part of making money is writing books and getting the downloads. You can make money while you sleep. Wake up, wow, 5,000 downloads. Man, you can't beat that. Can't beat that. Now, you penned quite a few books, to be so young. Did you go to school for writing?
I did not. I actually can't stand writing classes. I'm one of those people that I can't be told what to write. I can't write essays or anything like that. My editor probably wants to kill me, but I put in semicolons wherever I want. So there is no writing class at all in the method of how I do this.
So how did all this writing, this career get started? What happened? Where the bug
I've
come
always
from?
been writing for as long as I can remember. I've always been working on something. I used to write poetry when I was younger. I started writing a play, and then that led into the other play that I actually was recognized for in the region. I started writing books when I was in junior high. Actually, The King's Mortal is an evolution of a book that I wrote back in high school.
Oh, wow. Good. And we're going to get into the King's Mortal in the second half of the show. We're talking to Amada West. We're getting to know her. Now, you did a short story, sci-fi. That's my thing, sci-fi. Now you tagged it romantic sci-fi. Now, how can a sci-fi be romantic? Is it enough room? And then you said it's a short story. How did you get romance in the sci-fi?
Very carefully. The Persephone's anthology, that was all about romance and the story of Persephone in mythology. And, it's supposed to be kind of this desperate romanticism. Romance really isn't my thing. I always need to have something else to build on. So I went for sci-fi. So I have this story that's set out in space. There's this guy, he's part of a rebel alliance. He's agreed to go in for negotiations with the leader of the enemy, and he ends up getting a few surprises.
So who did he fall in love with?
He ended up falling in love with the daughter of the rebel commander, who was actually a cyborg. Yeah, he had died. They had put in a cyborg replacement to give the illusion that he was still alive while she ran things from behind the scenes, and, she wanted to negotiate.
Wow. Very clever. Very clever. Yeah, I'd like to read that piece. So where can we find that piece?
That is also available on Amazon.
On Amazon. Good, okay. So we can afford it. We can afford you now since you're a big-time model. All right. Now, 2012, you were pretty busy. You released a romance novella. Okay. Now, you just said the romance not your thing. So what happened there for The Undefeated? That was full-length novel, right? What happened?
That is more of a sports romance novel. It has a boxer in it. It has this female who's really strong. She's a martial artist. There's mobsters and stuff. So it's really elaborate, really big plot. I like to think of my books as, sci-fi with romance in it, rather than romance with sci-fi.
All right. Now, like you said earlier, you're a young writer. How did, 2012 social media, I know it was in the millions, I guess, for the younger people at the time. I think the older people didn't really understand Facebook until like 2013. But for your people, your age group, they really understood it. Was Undefeated successful using social media, or you had to do the book sign as the traditional route?
No, I thought that it was pretty successful. I have, some great reviews on Undefeated. I had some subpar reviews on Undefeated. But, it was a learning experience, and I actually went back and revised it, beefed it up, made it stronger. So, social media definitely helps get the book out there. Authors, we love to have reviews. We love feedback. And we listen to the reviews when we get them. If somebody makes a great, valid point, it's something that we try to address. Yeah.
So did you like the way your characters developed in Undefeated the first time when you released it? Or, was that one of the things you had to fix, was the characters, or the plot had to be adjusted?
It was a little bit of both. It came off very young, very naive. But fast forward 3-4 years, wherever we're at now, and it's definitely matured with me.
Good. So did you love your characters at the end?
I do. They are probably some of my favorite characters.
Now, is it a stage? Now, could that be written into a stage play?
I think that would probably be better off as a movie.
Oh, I was going to ask you that. Is it possible? Because now you have all these young short film directors and cinematic videographers out there right now, really cheap. They're looking to make their name. Is it possible it can become a webinar or a short feature film?
I see no reason why I couldn't, and if anybody wants to get in touch with me, we can talk about it. I'm up for discussion.
All right. Now, you said you're based in the South. How South are you? Like Mississippi, the Carolinas?
North Carolina.
California? North Carolina. Wow, everybody's coming out of that area right now. I'm meeting a lot of music artists coming out of that area, and everybody's happy with the location. They're not trying to seek out California or New York. So everything can happen right there in the Carolinas now.
I feel like, that part of the South is just a lot more authentic than a lot of parts of the country, so.
Yeah, and I think I can get you in contact with someone after the show. I heard this guy was pretty cheap, man. When he said this price, I thought they said like $75,000, and no. And it kept going down, and I saw his work. It's phenomenal. I said, I need to take a trip down there and get some stuff done. I said, wow, amazing. But, when people are good at what they do, sometimes money does not matter. They just want to see their work. They want to share their work with the world, and social media has made that happen. Now, are you using YouTube to reach out to your people so they can see you, doing your thing? Are you with that, or are you just basically just a blogger?
I do some YouTubing. Actually, on YouTube, I have an official trailer for The King's Immortal that has me in it. I also have a blooper reel. I had an unofficial trailer as well, but I thought that the blooper reel was probably the best.
Yeah. Now, what's a blooper reel?
I couldn't stop laughing and cursing while I was trying to do the actual trailer filming. So it's basically me stopping in the middle of everything going, shit.
Oh, so you actually used real characters. So you guys went drama. You used drama.
Sort of. The trailer itself is kind of told from like a gypsy perspective, like the outsider looking in, laying out the fortune for what's going to happen in the book.
So with your trailer, so did you take it to another level? Because I know I see a lot of trailers where it looks like it's like a little animated movie, and you're seeing pictures float around. I just think that's so boring with the music and the words. So you're actually using people. You can see people acting out your whatever you're trying to promote. Is that what you're doing?
The trailer is actually me dressed up as a gypsy. We did up my living room and everything so that, you're in a fortune teller's space, and I'm laying out the cards. I'm telling you exactly, this is going to happen. There are dark waters ahead. So.
Wow, you're so creative. Where did all that come from?
I'm really into the mysticism. Obviously you can't write a paranormal book without being intrigued by it at least some level. So it kind of comes out.
All right. Well, let me delay our break a little bit. So how did you grow up? What was childhood like for you?
I was a pretty lonely kid. I was always the black sheep, going off, doing my own thing. You could always find me in the library looking at this book, working on this project and stuff. So really a loner.
So you didn't hang out with like athletes and cheerleaders and chess club kids, none of that stuff?
No, I tried, but I guess I was just a little too spacey for them.
No, so you weren't adventurous, like, try drugs with the cool kids to fit in and drinking all night and, have your parents wondering where you are, reckless living. So you weren't reckless in high school?
No. I grew up with my grandparents, and I sat at home and, I was a good girl.
So you stay home and entertain them? That's cool. Wow, that is awesome. All right. Well, we knew. Now I'm finding that I'm getting all of the real fantastic stories from the pastors, the Christian community, the gospel singers, and the musicians. They're the ones that got the crazy, high school stories and everything. And I get some of the fictional writers. I think when it comes to writers in your genre, they seem to be a little bit more, tuned in to what's going on in the world because they're watching everything and listening. Is that your personality?
Yeah, I'm definitely a watcher. I'm really good at, kind of seeing what people are thinking and what's going through their heads. And
awesome. I'm kind of a little bit of both. I can entertain you at the same time, but at the same time, I might be in the mood where I just want to watch people. It may be I guess you feel that there's a moment when you need to be quiet and just observe, but you turn that on all the time. Is that what you're saying? Is on all the time?
yeah, I mean, I can go back and forth. I can be the social butterfly now and stuff. I grew up trying to spread my wings, started doing the modeling and stuff, and I'm more out there now than I was when I was a kid.
Yeah. All right. Awesome. Good for you. Okay. We're talking on Model West. We're about to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about her book, The King's Mortal. Can't wait to talk about her characters. All right. I'm Jerry Royce Live, and we're going to listen to a little bit of Reese Publishing. Check them out, Reese Publishing. And check them out on www.positivepower21.org.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Reese World Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website, www.reeseworldpublishing.com.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Hi, I am Arthur Crystal Alexis, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. Woohoo!
All right, thank you, Crystal. All right, we're talking to Amada West, and we're here to talk about her book, her brand new release, just about a week ago, King's Mortal. All right, Amada, tell us about this book without giving away too much, just enough to get everybody interested, and then we're going to talk about your main character and how that character was developed. You mind talking about the book a little bit?
Yeah, all right. The King's Mortal, it's very dark. It really displays the most corrupt side of mankind. Basically, there's Lana Corbin. She's your typical teenager, except she's dating a drug dealer. She has a blood disease. She's dying. Her drug dealer boyfriend pisses off the wrong people, and she ends up kind of, up shit creek without a paddle. Vampires end up coming into the story through some twisted means. They're after some people, and she can help them.
Wow. You know what? I missed the book description. I was looking at your page. I didn't see all of that. Get out of here. Wow. So you have like cartels involved, or they're more like mobsters, or, gangsters? Because I know it's a little difference in the way people write, the cartel, gangsters, and mobsters these days. Where are your drug dealers? What level are your drug dealers? Are they street level, or are they bigger than that?
They're bigger than street level. They're more like the kingpins. Like, if I think of, a drug lord, I picture them, chilling in their mansion. They've got their tigers and their, collection of gold guns and everything. And, everybody kind of scurries away from them as they walk by.
Yeah, right. The ones that are running things, like running it like a corporation, a real business. All right.
Yeah.
So then the vampires. So how does the vampires fit in? Are they trying to protect something, or somebody stepped into something they had no business stepping into? What happened?
All right. Well, Lana's boyfriend Vic is a drug dealer. He has some people working for him that the vampires are after. So they start infiltrating his ranks in order to get to them.
Oh, so that's how they got in there. Okay. Wow. Mm.
And Lana ends up seeing more than she should have, and there's really no way back from that point.
Wow. Now, if you had an opportunity to make this a webinar, I mean, I'm talking like 20-minute episodes, this would be awesome. You think you could pull that off?
It's funny. This is probably the one book that I would much rather see as like an anime or something drawn, because in my head, if I try to picture it happening live action, it just seems cheesy.
Yeah, right. You need a really big budget to pull something off like this, so it would definitely have to be animated. And there's some guys out there that are really, really good at this too. Are you looking into it right now, or is it a money issue?
It's not something I've dabbled in yet. I love anime. It's one of my favorite genres of television to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, if there's anybody out there that's interested, they can definitely hit me up.
Yeah, that's right. Put the word out there. You have to join those guys' groups, because there's a lot of them out there. Those guys are off the chain too. I've seen their work. It's ridiculous. Because the software is cheaper now and the computers can actually handle them. Before, you had to have like custom built systems to run that software, in the day. I remember. But now, man, good strong laptop and a big monitor.
That's all it takes.
That's right, and you're good to go. Wow. Just need some creativity, and some voiceover work. Now, I'll make a good character in the voiceover.
I think you'd be a great character in voiceover.
Yeah. You might have to have some patience. You have to have everything written out for me, though, because I forget names. Yeah. Wow, man. If you get this thing off the ground, you have to let us know. We got to have you back, because I love it. I was really big into Dragon Ball Z. I just went crazy when Dragon Ball Z went to the next level. My son,
it's really a classic.
Yeah, I was like, wow. And then, of course, the Japanese animated guys really, if you ever get a chance to look at their stuff on YouTube, it's crazy. Because then when social media really got strong with YouTube, we were able to actually be able to download without buffing for minutes. Now you can really enjoy their work. And there's some really, really good work out there right now. Really good stuff out there.
There's some crazy good artists.
Yeah. This is just that sometimes their storyline is a little off, and they need some help from somebody like you, like a real writer. So that's the only problem. They just need a writer and help them out a little bit with development. But like you said, it's crazy. All right. Now, I know you probably got some favorites out there, but it's about you tonight. All right. Now, how's it doing right now? I know it's only been released for just, I think, a week or two. King's Mortal. How your fans are receptive to? Are they feeling you with this right now, or they can't put the street together with the vampire? Because people love vampires. Vampires are like heroes to some people now. They're romantic. They're like destroying the worst of mankind and make it better for everybody. How you feel about that?
It's funny you say that, because my vampires are actually the headsmen of God. Yeah, the people that they're after are, really wicked people, morally corrupt, and vampires were created by God as the ultimate weapon against them.
And they're probably the only creatures that can destroy these real gangsters, because the normal humans they don't have the weaponry to handle them.
You got it.
Now, can your vampires, can they like totally withstand, like the drug dealers probably don't believe they exist, so not giving away too much. Do the drug dealers, do they become, can they challenge these guys after a while? Do they kind of figure out, okay, these guys are real? At first they didn't believe it, but now they see that it's real, and they trying to figure out how to stop them before they stop them. Is that happening in this book? A real war?
No. It's really twisted. It's one of those stories where, just like with real people, there are varying degrees of good and bad. And it's the same, unfortunately, within the vampires. There are some people that are, out for their own gains instead of fighting the good fight. And they kind of team up with some people that they shouldn't.
But not the cops? They're not teaming up with the cops?
No, there are no cops.
Oh, there's no cops. Okay, so in other words, so the city is allowing the drug dealers to do what they're doing?
Pretty much. I mean, they have run of the show.
What city? What city is this taking place?
This is called Davenport in Massachusetts, and it is just outside of Boston.
Boston.
It's a fictional city, but that's where I imagine it is.
So is it dark, like kind of remind you of Gotham a little bit? Gotham
Definitely.
City?
Gotham is actually a really good comparison.
Wow. So your drug dealers are like bigger than life then. They real gangsters. Unstoppable.
Yeah, they're out there, they're doing their thing. Everybody knows their face, but nobody does anything about it.
Killing at will, peddling. So what's their drug of choice?
They sell a lot of cocaine, under the table pain medications, kind of whatever anybody's looking for.
And that's kind of a big thing right now, this pain medication. That's like I call those pharmaceutical drugs. It's like, it seems like that's the biggest thing that's happening right now. I think that's what's causing people to lose their jobs and their families because of the amount of pain they're living with, And I think, I think narcotics is big right now.
Yeah. And sadly, it's one of the easiest things to kind of get a hold of.
Definitely. Yes. And I think they're starting to make up a lot of the storylines that's coming out now. It's people not just like, oh, I'm a coke dealer. It's like it's bigger than that now, because what people are going through. Now you said you're kind of in a dark place right now. That writing this kind of material, does it help? Does it help you? With your own mentality. Because you have to feel those characters. When the next time you gotta go low like that? Because I know you're probably planning to release something else, right?
Yeah, this is definitely a nice way to funnel all of that out instead of trying to keep it all inside. So it puts it out there and takes it away from myself.
So you would say it's therapeutic?
I would definitely say it's therapeutic.
Wow. So Amana, how did you get there? Is it because you surround that in your world? I mean, is it doing your research? I mean, are you real thorough with your research when you're writing a book like this? Like, where did you go? Where did you take your place where did you take yourself when you was developing King's Mortal, the characters in the place?
I'm one of those authors where I shut my eyes and I let the movie play in my head, and I'm just writing down exactly what I see happening. And like I said, this is a story that I actually started writing back in high school, and it used to be really young and innocent and naive, and as I got older, it just kind of spiraled into this dark, overwhelming beast.
Yeah, it's going to have to be animated. You might make a killing on download. Now let's talk to you. Let's just pretend you're the producer. Okay, you already, the animation has already been developed. It's completed. I'm not sure how many hours it pans out to complete your story, but would you release it? Say, how smart would you be with your release? Talk to us about how would you market it? With social, because this is the problem right now. And I think because of where you are, you're young, you understand social media, you understand animation because it's just like big film. people listening right now, they're between the ages of 45, 54. That's like my 80%. That's my core. They're creative with what they do, but they don't understand the back end like you do. How would you market King's Mortal as an animation, piece by piece? How would you do it? Where will you start?
I think one of the biggest places that something like that would be able to take off would probably be on something like Instagram. That seems to kind of be the new Facebook, and everybody's tagging everything and hashtagging and resharing with their friends. So I think that would be a really solid place to start, and also releasing just small clips on YouTube, doing it as like a Snapchat kind of thing, just quick teases to kind of get people interested before sending them off to, a proper site where it would be available in full.
So you want to see, so your advice would test it first before you launch it to iTunes or Amazon?
I would probably start with like a lot of teasers and stuff, kind of get the intrigue. Whenever, you see a preview for a TV show, the first preview you see for it is generally only a few seconds long.
That's true. Now, you just said something really, really intelligent. Now, looking at what's coming out right now in the theaters, there's a lot of junk coming out. I think 50 Shades of Grey.
There's a ton of junk coming out.
Yeah, Gone Girl is probably going to be some of the, and maybe Selma, they probably going to be probably the best 3 movies we've probably seen in a while. Because a lot of times once we start seeing the Academy material, some of the stuff that's winning the big awards, we don't even know about those flicks. Like, well, where were they playing? A lot of them are coming out of the big festivals, where only these people have access to these films. So then we find out about now it's available as a download. It's like, well, shoot, I spent all this money watching this junk all year long, and now I'm disappointed. Now, where do you think they make their mistake when they greenlight this junk that's coming out?
I think that they're kind of just sticking to the ideas that have worked in the past, but those ideas have been out for a while. People are used to them. There's nothing innovative or interesting about it. And everything, half of what I see commercials for is a reboot. There's, new Jurassic Park, and they're doing Star Wars over again. They're,
like
they're redoing Ghostbusters, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah. Like, they think that because it's a new generation now that they're going to be interested in that crap because they entertain us. Because we didn't have nothing else. We didn't have anything else. That was the best stuff that was out. After they got to the 4th and 5th Star Wars, I had enough. It's like, oh my God, another one?
I can't even watch the newer Star Wars movies because, it just takes some of the life out of the original.
Yes, it does. The only thing I think that's been getting good has been Star Trek. They did a pretty good job with Star Trek. I think it was the characters that they picked. They were interesting. Even though the missions are all the same, I think it's the characters, them being the characters that they use, they were always like against the norm. And I think people feel that way on their jobs now. Like it's like these big decision makers are saying, "Let's do this." Well, we don't believe in it. We have a voice. We want to say something. We're part of this company, and that's to me that was the Captain Kirk that we were looking at. So I think that's why a lot of people in their 40s and 50s could relate to Star Trek. Now, is your generation are they relating to Star Trek? Can they relate to this series?
I mean, I'm kind of nerdier. Like we said, when we were going over all the things I've done, I'm a gamer, and so I'm into the anime, the video games, the Star Wars, the Star Trek. So the people I surround myself with are too. We just, that's what we do, is watch those kind of shows. Firefly, just that whole genre.
Wow. So, because I noticed that some of the younger writers, you guys don't really like fall in love with a character, and that character has to be around for the next plot. Like you can recreate a new one. Like you'll let the audience fall in love with them, and the next thing you know, they're gone, they're dead, they die with that title. You just move on. Is that your style, or you love the characters that you're developing, and we may see them again?
I love the characters that I'm developing, but I have no problem sending them to an untimely death.
No commitment. Wow.
No commitment.
Because you have
in fact,
another
it's
one.
probably better if I don't love them.
It's like they're so good, so you're so excited the way you develop the character, but it's like, I can move on. That's what you're thinking, and that's kind of surprising to your audience. Now, did they get angry? When you start getting reviews, they can't believe. What's up?
Yeah, there's been a lot of anger. I've had some friends that have read the book, and they haven't gotten around to posting reviews yet, but the first thing that they do when they reach a point in the book is message me and say, why did you do this? I liked this person. I liked that person. How could you do this?
and it was only one movie that I can remember, me growing up in my 30s, that they killed the character that was in a whole movie, and I couldn't believe the writer did that. And that was, doggone, the title escaped me, but the guy was actually a U.S. Treasury undercover agent, and they was tracking down these guys. I think they were doing like counterfeit. I don't know why I can't remember the name. It was one of the best movies, so even today it will compete. And they actually killed him. And that was the first time ever, because it was like when people was it was a Michael Mann's movie, matter of fact. A Michael Mann. I'm going to have to get you that title.
You definitely do.
Because it was just like, Miami Vice was so popular, everybody was in love with Don Johnson, and, he couldn't get shot or be missing, and like, where's Crockett? Couldn't go wrong. He's going to show up and he's going to be in the next series for the next episode or whatever. But this movie really shocked me. I was actually angry when I left the theater. It was like, is that the rule? You can do that?
I think that's part of the problem with the generation, a little bit above mine, definitely the generation below mine, is that they're used to everything being safe. They're used to, knowing that their favorite character is still going to be there. And it's nice that a lot of authors are kind of breaking that mold, right immediately. George R.R. Martin with Game of Thrones. You never know who's going to die this week.
That's right. You don't.
And, even if you want to go a little bit further back to when I was younger, J.K. Rowling. There were some tragic losses in Harry Potter.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't something that, the younger generation is really used to.
Yeah. Because, for us, the most, I think, traumatic thing that happened for us was Dallas, when JR got shot. People was going crazy. It's like the world was about to stop because, they was JR. Who shot JR? That was like the main concern. We kind of knew he was going to be around, but it's like, well, who did it? We thought everybody loved him. They loved him, but they hate him. That was really big in the day. Wow. So it'd be kind of dangerous to have you guys as president of the United States. You wouldn't have a problem pushing the button. So the U.S. is going down. It's done for everybody. Bam. So you guys wouldn't have no problem pushing the button. So how old would I be by the time you run for office?
I don't know, but I'm betting that there won't be Social Security by the time that I'm in office, so you won't have to worry about that button.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I know about that. All right. Wow, Marta, this was a great interview. I really enjoyed having you on the show. It looked like we're about to be over, so we're going to take a quick break. And when you come back, you give us your final thoughts and, any encouragement you have for any up-and-coming writers and guys that's interested in doing some animation for you. Okay? All right?
All right.
All right, hold tight. Let's run a quick commercial real quick.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel Season of Change by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Hey, this is director-producer Alan Wills, and I am on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. And when I'm online, I listen to Jerry Royce Live at www.spreaker.com/positivepower21.org. Y'all heard?
All right, we're talking to Marta West. She has no problem pushing the button on your favorite character. So don't fall in love with them. They may not be around. All right, Marta, we're ready for your final thoughts for tonight's show. And we really appreciate having you on the show, too. You're awesome.
Thank you so much for having me. I really enjoyed this.
Man, I'm glad you did. And we wish you the best out there with those downloads, too. You know, keep being creative. I'm definitely going to check out your trailer, get that on the site so people can check you out. Wow. It's good to see some creative minds, you know, taking advantage of social media. You know, taking it. I mean, it's free. Why not, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Technology, man, is so cheap now. Just need to be creative, and I can't wait to see your trailer. All right, we ready for your final thoughts?
All right. Well, I definitely think that everybody should go out there and get a copy of The King's Mortal. It's available as digital. It's going to be available as paperback in a couple days, hopefully. So whichever method you prefer, if you like to smell books, you can have that. It's really dark, sinister, but there's definitely a passion about it. And it's a whole new twist on the traditional vampire lore. It's something that you've never read before. So I think that everyone's really going to enjoy the innovativeness of it.
Wow. And what does that cost? I was just on your page. What is the cost of that download? It's $2.99. Wow, I'm going to have to get that. I'm looking forward to reading this book. Yeah, it's Friday, tomorrow.
Don't get too invested in anybody, though. I pushed the button.
Yeah, you pushed the button. I told you I enjoy reading vampire movies, and then you mixed it with the gangsters and everything. I'm looking forward to that read. Yeah, I can do that book, 260 pages. I should be able to finish it by Sunday. I need to take a break. I've been working too hard on mine. I need to take a little break.
You take a break. You read my book, and when you're done crying and you've cleaned up your tears, you can come let me know what you thought.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna sit in my studio on my new couch. And I'm gonna pop it down on my favorite tablet. And I'm gonna get me some reading on this weekend. I don't have to worry about no snow. I don't have to cut no grass. I'm taking it easy. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna read this book. I promise. I'm gonna let you know how I feel about it too. About you killing my favorite character. Yeah. All right, Mon. I really appreciate having you here. And
thank you for having me.
Yeah, my pleasure. And I tell people all the time, if they want to hear the good stuff. And I think tonight's show was awesome because we had a young person who's not only the creative writer, creative mind, but she's taking advantage of today's technology to reach her audience. And she's ready to take it to the next level. You know, the technology is here, everybody. We living in that world now. Yeah, you could bring your characters to life. You got actors out there. You got actresses. You got stage plays. That could be videotape. You could bring it to everybody's home. We got Chromecast. We could download YouTube right to our TV. You don't need a smart TV. You can get a little Chromecast that, and you can watch anything you want. See, a lot of my age group don't even know about that. They think you got to go buy a $700 TV. You don't. You don't have to do that. Chromecast on
I'm guilty of having the $700 TV, though.
Yeah, you gotta at least have one. But the rest of the TVs you can get them for $300-400 and put them in your favorite room where your favorite chair is. All right, you can do that now. All right, everybody, I gotta go. I'm Jerry Royce live worldwide on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. Thanks for listening and stay awesome all week long. I'm Jerry Royce live. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, that's a wrap.
You are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
Hello, I'm Author Gerald Manuel, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. And when I'm online, I listen to Jerry Royce Live on www.speaker.com, positivepower21.org. Peace out.
Have you been hurt? Been backstabbed? God are talking back to you. Well, you're not alone. Escaping to another reality. Through Dominic Wilkins' good books. Good books, audio books, paperback, ebook, good books. Available on authordwilkinsgoodbooks.com.
Hi, this is author Karen Pearson. I wrote the Hellfire Trilogy, and I'm on Jerry Royce Live Worldwide.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show. Hi, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dolly, the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Mama Keith with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and tonight you're listening to episode 317 with Karen Pearson. That's right, she's the author of the Hellfire Trilogy, and the book we'll be talking about tonight is called Ambers, and that's the part of the Hellfire Trilogy, Book 3, just released in February. But before we bring Karen out, we'd like to hear a message from our sponsors. So everybody, please hold tight for a 30-second break with James Deshay.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. Deshay. That's Deshay. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
You're listening to Jerry Royce Live worldwide on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. Tonight's guest is Karen Pearson. Karen is the author of Hellfire Trilogy and Arthurian Bloodline. She's a full-time pet parent of 2 dogs, Nikki and Jamie. Karen has a BA in anthropology and has explored dozens of cultures in her study, but has imagined countless more. She enjoys reading, playing action RPGs, and plotting her next adventure for her characters whenever she has a spare moment, free of the dreaded undefeated puppy dog eyes attack. Her upcoming project will be the first novel of her new vampire series, Arthurian Bloodline. When she's not writing, Karen can be found playing with her puppies or Googling various dangerous topics for novel research to make her constantly questioning while federal agents haven't yet knocked down her door. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you on PositivePower21.org, Karen Pearson. Enjoy this presentation.
You are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
All right, everybody. Welcome to Jerry Royce Live on PositivePower21.org. What's going on, Karen Pearson? How you doing tonight?
I'm good.
All right, glad to have you on the show. And first question for you. We come right out of the gates on the show, Karen. I don't pull no punches. First question is, who is Karen Pearson?
Well, I don't honestly know. I mean, I'm still kind of just living the dream with writing books and stuff. It's been a hobby of mine since I was a kid. So I'm just enjoying my hobby here. You know, hey, I found some person that wants to publish me. I'm like, oh, that's cool. So living the dream.
That is cool.
Yeah.
You sound pretty young too, so you must be living your dream pretty early in life. Some of us don't find that till later in life. So what's going on with that? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm 24. So.
Oh yeah, you're young. So did you just graduate from college just a few years ago?
Yeah, I graduated in 2013.
2013. And
yep.
So you still at home? You're on your own? You left the city? You left the town? What's up?
I'm still at home. I live in California, so it's kind of difficult for poor little college student graduate people like me to make it on our own just yet.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
that's true. Yeah, right. That's when you have to you're forced to pack up and relocate. Like if you take a job out of town, that's when you're forced to live on your own and just have to make things happen. You know, we think we can't do it, but we can do it. You know, when you take that gamble. You know, but it's always safe being home if you can do it. If you can get away with that one, because I'm quite sure they ready to turn that room into a sewing room, maybe. All right. Good for you. So what college did you graduate from?
UC Irvine.
All right. So that's located right there in your hometown?
No, it's actually the county south of me. So it was quite a ways away, like 70 miles.
Okay. So you got a chance to live on campus or they forced you to commute?
I did commute for the most part, but I had 1 year where I was able to dorm with some friends, and that was pretty awesome because the commute really sucked. Like, it took me 2 trains and a bus to get to school.
Wow. So you should have just came to New York or Washington, D.C. area in that case. Wow. That was, so you got a chance to do your homework on the train. Right?
More or less sleep.
Oh, up night studying really, really long because you can catch a couple of. So how long? So you said it took you 2 trains and a bus. So were you able to close your eyes and feel comfortable, with the commuters, the same commuters every day?
Yeah, I mean, at first when I was doing it my first year, it was like, oh no, paranoid. I'm not sleeping. But I mean, after you see the same people like every single day, it's like, oh, I know you. You're not gonna like try and do something weird to me in my sleep. So.
That's right. So you tried to keep like the same schedule pretty steady, like every day, like Monday through Thursday. Because I know sometimes some classes you see twice a week, and some you see just once. So how did that work for you?
Yeah. I tried to keep myself on a either 3-day-a-week or 2-day-a-week schedule, but the year I lived over on campus with my friends, I had a 4-day-a-week schedule, which is the only reason why I was living there in the first place, because that would have been way too expensive commuting-wise to afford. So.
Yeah, that would have been rough. All right, so how was it, what was it like growing up, before you got to college? Friends, were you popular in high school? Were you a cheerleader, theater major, writer?
High school, I was probably like the weird quiet kid in the corner that likes to desk glare everybody, because I think as a kid, like, I kind of skipped childhood in a way, so I've been really mature for my age, and basically everyone in high school is, for me at least, was really childish, and I just couldn't handle it, so I was just like, I don't like you people. I guess like a lot of people have that miserable high school experience where they're just like, oh, those are the years I want to forget about.
Now, how about elementary school? I mean, was it a little different than everybody just trying to find themselves, or at that point you already knew who you were?
I mean, I was still like, I guess I was still finding myself back then. I mean, it was less stressful because obviously high school you have more priorities to think about than when you would be in an elementary school. So, I mean, in elementary school, I was actually going to school on base because my mom is a veteran. So it was very structured and as you would expect on a military-based school.
Yeah.
So
are you the only child? Siblings? You have any siblings?
Yeah, I'm an only child.
The only child. Oh, so you had nobody to play with but just your mind. So tell us about
I have my dogs.
Like. Did your dog?
But,
I mean, they're going. Pets do their own things. Because they're so used to being home alone for so many hours. So by the time you come home, once he get his licking and his walk and his food, he's happy. Now, what did you do with the rest of your day? Were you venturing into the paranoia? Were you into the monster movies, the horror thrillers? What was your thing back then? What really got you off?
Back when I was 8 years old, like I think it was 4th grade, I had to read Harry Potter books for school. So that started getting me into writing, and I think like 2 years later, I was with my mom, and she was actually playing Diablo, the first one, and I would sit there and watch her play because it was a rated M game, so I wasn't allowed to play. But throughout this whole time, I've got like the writing influence from 8 years old, and I was still carrying it over from then. And then I've got like this sort of like, I guess, horror demonic thing from Diablo going on as well, like a couple years later. And then I was like 11, and then or 12 or something, and Diablo 2 came out, and my mom was like, okay, you can play. And so I started playing. And yes, because this is totally great, awesome Parents of the Year. Like, I get to play rated M games with my mom.
So that was
killing demons and things.
It was. Your mom was probably what? So with your mom, she's probably just about 20 years older than you, maybe, something like that.
She's, as she calls it, she is 25 with 25 years experience.
Yeah, so she's at the age where, when the video games came out, they were like into it, because she should be probably in her 40s then, so they love video games. I know my brother and his friends, and they couldn't get enough of it, especially when it really got advanced, because I mean, it's what it is today. You gotta love it. So Are you really into it right now? Are you doing the online thing, or just basically the books is consuming you, the writing is consuming most of you right now?
Well, when I have free time and I'm not writing, I do still play games. Like I am on Guild Wars 2, and sometimes I play Diablo 3, but that's subjective on the Blizzard servers. We'll not get into that.
All right. So now, since you weren't really that great with, well, you didn't really, well, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but since you was doing your own thing in high school, how was it for you online, engaging your fans and getting to know, people who are like going crazy over your writing, your fan base? How was that working for you online? Social media?
It was pretty good. I mean, I didn't really actually start my formal original writing until after I started college, but before then, in high school, I was actually writing fan fiction. I started off doing Harry Potter fan fiction since I was 11, and I just kept going at it for years, and I eventually branched out into anime fan fiction. And I guess I got a lot of people on fanfiction.net who really liked me and what I was writing, so that was pretty awesome, being able to meet these random people from, Canada and across the U.S., and I'm just this high school kid sitting at my desk at home just typing out words and stuff. It's oh wow, you actually like me? That's awesome.
I know, it's amazing. You can just be anybody you want to be on social media. Now right now you're a trilogy. You've just written a trilogy.
Yes.
Okay, and you said the book is titled Embers. Is Embers?
Yes.
So you just created Embers. Embers is done. You're about to dive into something else new. So is this going to be your career? I mean, do you think you're going to use this to get you away from have to experience a 9-to-5 day, or you think you might be interested enough to work for a publishing company, maybe being an editor or a copywriter? Where do you see yourself in the next 5 years?
Well, coincidentally, I'm actually working for my publisher as an editor.
Wow, good for you.
So, yeah. But ideally, yes, writing books would be my ultimate goal, because, I mean, if I have to work a 9-to-5 job, sure, I'll do it. But ideally, doing this, writing books, that's always been my passion since I was a kid, and that would be what I'd want to do. But
yeah. So what's going to happen with the Bachelor of Arts degree in anthropology? Is that going to become just a weekend thing for you, and are you going to use that and bring that into your writing? How are you going to bring that together?
I mean, I guess I am kind of incorporating my degree stuff that I learned in school into my writing, because my upcoming series, I have to use a lot of French culture, and I actually minored in French, so I'm kind of applying that more in that series. But I guess overall, my anthropology degree, because it's a study of culture, and I sort of get a broader view of things in general, so I guess I can sort of describe it better.
Yeah. I think, you'd be able to paint a better picture, because just like being a police officer, when you're presenting that case to the jury, why you had to do what you had to do to defend yourself. So you want to paint a real picture so people can really visualize what's going on in that room, or that killing, or whatever's going on with your character. Because the Bloodlines, that's going to be a vampire series, correct?
Yes, that's going to be about vampires.
Now, we're not going to give away too much, because we're going to get into Hellfire in I guess about 3 minutes. The vampire series. Now, a lot of people are going after these romance type vampires. They're not as creepy, like they were back in the day. Now they have, they like GQ'd up. They pretty boys. Everybody's falling in love. They want to be bitten by one. Which approach are you going with?
I guess in short form, the non-sparkling variety.
So you're gonna bring back like the lichens and the always forget the name of that series. I love that series. With Blanchett, I think she was in that movie. I don't know why I forget the name of it. You know what movie, what vampire series I'm talking about? It's
Underworld?
Yeah, Underworld. Love Underworld. I don't know why I forget the name of it.
That's actually
so you're going after
sort of...
like the victors of the vampire worlds, the ultimate vampire.
Yeah,
those types.
kind of.
Yeah, because it's a new one out in it. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine. I mean, I can honestly say that Underworld probably did help inspire a little bit my Bloodline series. So.
Yeah, because I think it's a new one in the theaters right now, but I think they're going to be made to get along with society and protect it. What I was reading, I think I did see a trailer. See, the problem with me, I've looked at so many trailers. I can't remember if I saw them on Comcast, the cable network, or I saw them online. 'Cause a lot of times when YouTube releases them, they're really, really early. Early releases. So a lot of people don't even know what you're talking about. Because I thought I saw a trailer where it's a new vampires movie coming out where they're supposed to try to protect the humans against some aliens or something. Yeah, it looked pretty interesting. This one, I said they really went after something different. Now, how did True Blood kind of influence you? Because it's like they kind of trying to blend in. It's like they want to be part of the human race and get along. They don't want to be extinct or terminated. So, do you have a little bit of that written into it?
Actually, no. I have never watched True Blood or even read the books they're based on. I don't get HBO.
Oh, okay. Yeah, True Blood was something else.
No Game of Thrones for me either.
Yeah, I didn't really like it as much, the final two seasons, as much as I loved the first two seasons. The first two seasons, I couldn't get enough of True Blood. I mean, the characters were just so powerful. Then after a while, they just went berserk with the different, villains they were introducing to the story. It's like, what? She's a what? So it was really getting. I mean, it incorporated a lot of what's going on in our world, but then it was like they really went after make believe. I mean, to make believe. It's like it was almost not believable anymore, Or it's like they tried to put a stamp on some of the things that we thought we used to see when we were a small child. Some of the things we used to believe in. Fairy tales, like fairies and all kinds of different type of supernatural creatures. It's like they try to put a stamp on approval. This really existed. It's in this movie. So they kind of like really over-exaggerated some of the villains that they had created. But anyway, good thing you didn't see that one. But I like the Underworld series a lot better, even though the storyline. Did you find the storyline to be a little bit? Sometimes I thought they got a little too complicated. With who was the ultimate vampire? I was like, okay, I thought you said he was the ultimate vampire. Did you get a little confused in that Underworld series sometime? Just a little bit?
No, I mean, I didn't really get confused more as I was like, oh, they're going that route. Because it's like, I guess because I write things, I'm used to like following specific plot lines so I can see where things are going ahead in advance. So if you watch movies with me, you're probably going to be really annoyed because I'm like, oh, I know what happens now.
You one of those.
Yeah.
I'm watching by myself now. I don't want nobody sitting next to me, making noise. I understand. All right, well, we're going to take a break, Karen. We're talking to Karen Pearson. She's the author of Hellfire Trilogy, and then her brand new Bloodlines coming out, vampire series. We're looking forward to that. That'll be her first novel, and that'll be titled with Arcturian Bloodlines, correct?
The series title is Arcturian Bloodlines, but the novel, it doesn't have a title yet.
Okay, untitled. All right, good for you. You're smart. All right, and I know you're learning a lot working at the publishing company, which is probably going to make you an even richer author, because you know all the trade secrets. All right, y'all. We're going to listen to our sponsor, Reese Publishing. Hold tight, please.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Reese World Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website. www.reachworldpublishing.com.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Hi, I am Arthur Crystal Alexis, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. Woohoo!
All right. Thank you, Crystal. Bring me back in. We talking to Karen Pearson, author of Hellfire Trilogy, and soon, coming real soon, Untitled, the Arthurian Bloodlines, the Vampire series. That's right. That's hot right now. All right. Now, Karen, when you're not playing with your puppies and Googling dangerous topics on your research, because you want to make sure you come at everybody real. All right, so what's going on with the marketing promotion? You're on your third book now. Do you get it now? Do you get social media? Do you understand how it works, this machine?
I certainly am still trying to figure it out, but I think I'm getting it. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Google Plus. I'm kind of everywhere.
Everywhere. Now, because what you're writing about is kind of like a niche market. It's like people can't get enough of paranormal type writing. That fiction just drives them crazy. They're just trying to find the next writer that's going to be even more twisted than they are. What do you think of your fans? Without saying anything bad about them, but has it been different, challenging? What you think of them? Think about that.
It's been surreal. I still am trying to figure out why people are reading what I'm writing. Like I'm watching people leave reviews and the numbers of downloads and things coming in. I was like, oh my God, what are you people doing? Why are you reading what I'm writing? I don't understand. It's like I have this weird mentality, I'm not good yet. I'm not good enough yet. And so it's like these fans come in and it's like, hey, we love your work. I was like, what? Yeah. So I'm still trying. I'm trying to wrap my head around it still.
Well, you're a young writer, and you bring in a new, fresh perspective to them, to their world. They've probably been reading, books from 40-year-olds. They're like, my mom is 40 years. I want to read her book. So now that because you're pretty blessed coming out. As young as you are, as a published author. This is your third book. Most of the time people don't really get published or read until they maybe in their 30s, 40s, maybe 50s back in the day when it was really tough to get published, when self-publishing was too expensive to even try to find it, and then trying to find an audience because, social media wasn't around that long, and there wasn't a lot of people on it like it is now. It's in the millions now, big-time millions. And now it's across the globe. Other countries are allowing, their residents to share the same social medias, Facebook, Google, and all of those. So it's a shared platform, global. So you came around the right time. All right. Now I'm looking at book description. It says only 60 days remain until the end of the world. Can you tell us just a little bit about your characters without, giving away too much of your storyline, but just tell us, about your story, your characters and why you developed them that way?
Well, I guess it's really hard to think of where to start because, this is the third book and I'm just like, oh God, what isn't a spoiler right now?
Yeah. If you want them to go back and pick up my audience now who are not familiar with your writing, you want them to go back and start at the beginning, which I moved out of that page. And so your first book, just to let them know, The Spark, then Inferno. So, okay, I'll tell you what, because my audience is probably unfamiliar to you. They're not familiar with your work. Let's start with Spark, and tell us about, your main character in Spark and why you developed him that way. What was so great about this character?
All right, so my main character of Spark and the Hellfire trilogy overall is Ardentia, and she is a demon hunter, and basically the world setting is post-apocalyptic. There's been an angel-demon war that has spilled out onto the planet, and now here's humanity stuck in the middle, and Ardentia was born into this generation of people where everybody who's able-bodied is a hunter, and they have to fight to survive and to continue to exist, basically. So I guess with her, I've been really tired of like these really weakly portrayed female characters and how they're just so dainty and they are artificial, or they're too concerned with like the trivial matters of the world when there's larger things at stake. So I wanted to make a character that would see the bigger picture and actually have things to fight for. And I just didn't want to have like one of those weak female protagonists that are so commonly everywhere in a lot of things, and I'm just sick of it. I'm like, hey, just because she's female doesn't mean she's weak.
That's true. But how about like that movie that's out there? Man, my kids love that movie too. There's two of them that came out already, where this girl is fighting to survive. It's like, I think it's something Hunger Games. She was a very powerful character. She was developed well. What did you think of her?
I love Katniss. Katniss is awesome.
Yeah, so she was pretty much the catalyst for you to write your character that way, like a hero is. She's going to save the world. Follow me. I can beat him. That was her whole mentality. She can't be destroyed. I'm going to save mankind. So that was your whole direction with your character. You wanted her to be as strong as Superman, but as smart as Batman in a woman's body. Is that who she is? So if you had to put names on her, who would she be? Because my fans are a little older than you. We kind of range between 45, 55. So they know the Batmans, the Supermans, the Jokers, those kind of guys. So tell us about her character, her mind. Where's her mind? She's not twisted. She's smart, sharp, super intelligent, scientific, nerdy. Who is she?
She's very smart, but she's also very independent. She had the unfortunate consequence of being cursed by a demon. Well, so she has this demonic spirit attached to her, so she's actually had to live a life basically kind of cut off and isolated from everyone. So she kind of had to learn how to fend for herself, more or less, because everybody sees her as like this demon because of the demon inside of her, and so they pretty much either hate her or they're afraid of her. And so she's basically had to grow up with this mentality of like, I will never be accepted by anybody because I'm just this thing that everybody hates. And what with the universe being set in a world where the whole planet has been laid to waste because of demons, of course they're going to hate her even more because they see her as part of the problem.
That's right.
Yeah.
So when developing her, did you see anybody in this world that you say, okay, this is who she's going to be. This is the person I really marvel a lot. I'm going to put some of that person in her. Is there such a person?
No. I don't know where she came from.
It's out of your mind.
Yeah, I mean, I came up with her name like out of the most completely random of circumstances. I was playing a MMORPG, so like an online role-playing game. So I guess it's like World of Warcraft, but it's a it's not in the same genre of World of Warcraft, so it's called Dragon Nest. I was making this fire mage character, and I was like, oh my god, I hate the naming screen. I need to come up with something that's not taken, because every character name ever is taken on these things. So I came up with that out of the blue. And
it's a nice name. Now one of your fans, your reviews, they really like. I guess your BA must really help you out, because they said that they're not a very religious person, but they really appreciate the religious and historical and the mythological references that you help enrich the plot. They really like that. They appreciated that journey. So it's working. So your college, your 4 years wasn't wasted. Yeah, because most writers end up, well, not everybody start out their college life as a writer or studying English. Most of your better fictional writers are probably people who studied other things. So anyway, this person obviously must be a big fan of female heroes, because they talked about the Hunger Games, the girl with the dragon tattoo, which was one of my favorite trilogies. I said, why can't someone else come up with something like this, especially the foreign version? I didn't really care for the American version too much. I guess because I saw the foreign version. Did you see it? I love
the Swedish version of the film adaptations. I prefer that version of Lisbeth over anything.
Yeah. Oh, she was really good. Plus, what kind of creeped me out is it was hard for me to watch the American version with James Bond.
Yeah.
That was tough.
Yeah. And then it kind of killed the realism, because you've got everybody doing a Swedish accent, and then here's Daniel Craig talking like normal, and it's like, really?
Yeah, so he's ready to go on a mission or something, But I mean, of course, like you said, the Swedish version was just so, man, it blew me away. I just couldn't get enough of that. I was like, are there any more? That's it. So now I'm going to have to look for those writers and see what else they have out there. Because pretty much they probably have some other independent stuff going on right now that you can find on some of your smaller movies, online movie downloads. I'm sure of that. They're not going to stop there. All right, well, we're running out of time. Karen, we're going to take a quick break, and we come back. When we come back, we're going to get your final thoughts, okay?
Okay.
Sound good? All right.
Sound good.
All right, here we go.
Hey everyone, this is Tanika Gonzalez, spoken word poet. Whenever I'm online, I'm always listening to Jerry Royce Live. You can find Jerry on www.speaker.com. Positive Power 21.
Hey, this is director, producer Alan Wills, and I am on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. And when I'm online, I listen to Jerry Royce Live at www.spreaker.com/positivepower21.org. Y'all heard?
That's right. Y'all better be listening to Jerry Royce Live worldwide, because tonight we have Karen Pearson on here. Excuse me. We got Karen Pearson on here tonight, and we're talking about her hits, her Hellfire trilogy. That's right, all three of them. And you got to pick them up. If you twisted, you need some help coming back, check it out. She will wake you up. She'll show you that you're not all that twisted. All right, Karen. So you did it to him, man, because I was reading those reviews, man. Those people's going crazy. So you just got to stay out there on social media so the rest of them can find you. Tell them you're the real leader. Yeah, these books kind of wake you up to, it's like you forget about the crazy world we're living in right now. It's like when you start reading about some of these twisted missions that these people, they have to win to save the world. It's like, my life really not that bad, You start waking up. Yeah, it's not that serious, y'all. Not that serious. Wake up. All right, Karen, your final thoughts.
Just read my books, and I'm on Facebook and Twitter and if you can find me, Google+, and I'm on Goodreads as well. So, stalk me across the interwebs. And I'm not mean. I don't bite very much. Just kidding. Yeah. So I'm nice. I swear. So say hi.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. And you have Christine out there working hard. We've been knowing her for about a year now. She's a really hard worker. I mean, she know how to hustle social media. So you're in the right hands. Definitely in the right hands. So shout out to Christina. Start doing her thing out there. All right. Okay. All right. Well, we appreciate having you here, and we'd like to have you back. When you're ready to drop your vampire series. 'Cause I love talking about the vampire series, vampire flicks. That's my thing. All right. Sound good?
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Good. And Karen, I tell them all the time, they want to hear the good stuff. I mean, the real good stuff. They got to come out to Jerry Royce Live worldwide on positivepower21.org. and Spreaker.com/positivepower21, y'all. That's right. So check it out. Hellfire Trilogy is right out there on positivepower21.org. If you need some help locating it, just click it. You got 1 week to make up your mind to buy it, and it's gone. So check it out. Make that move, y'all. That's right. The world's not that bad. When you want to find out how bad it is, read the Hellfire Trilogy. All right, Karen, you take care, and thanks for joining us. I'm Jerry Royce Live worldwide. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on positivepower21.org and Spreaker.com/positivepower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right. That's a wrap, y'all.
You are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
Hello, I'm Arthur Gerald Manuel. I'm with producer Michael Powers, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. And when I'm online, I listen to Jerry Royce Live on www.speaker.com, positivepower21.org. Peace out.
Hi, I am recording artist Marilyn Dunn from St. Louis, Missouri. If you are looking for some soul-stirring, anointed, spiritual, and heartfelt music, visit my website at www.MarilynDunnMinistries.com. Or you can also find me on CD Baby, iTunes, and Reverb Nation. For booking information, contact Mr. Kevin Dunn at 636-856-0551. That's 636-856-0551.
Hello, how you doing? I'm Pastor Gerald Manuel, and I'm listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide.
You are listening to positivepower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Samuel Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career family and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and you're listening to episode 316 with author Gerald Manuel. He's authoring a book called How to Identify Your Spiritual Soulmate. That's right. He wrote 16 chapters. That's right. How to identify your soulmate. That's right. And we're going to bring him on as soon as we listen to this message. But before I bring our sponsor on, I just want to say happy 45th anniversary to Mr. and Mrs. Abraham Macaulay Jr. That's right. They're in Baltimore, Maryland. That's right. Happy 45th anniversary. And I thought it would have been a good idea to do that on tonight's show. All right. And I think they did celebrate that yesterday. All right. So here's a word from my sponsor. All right. Mr. James Deshay, the romance man.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. Deshay. That's Deshay. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
This is a presentation from Jerry Royce Live Worldwide about the author, Pastor Gerald Manuel. Gerald Manuel is a longtime resident of Chicago, Illinois. He received Jesus Christ as his personal Savior in the spring of 1987 while attending Alabama State University. He is the pastor and founder of Kingdom Way of Living Ministries, a ministry that believes in the total restoration of the being. Kingdom Way of Living Ministry has a special anointing to work with people from all walks of life. It is also a ministry that works closely with people who are considered the unchurched. Kingdom Way believes the unchurched are people who historically have no connection to church or its structure. They are wounded, hurt, rejected, and have many other spiritual ills. Pastor Manuel is passionate about reaching the disenfranchised and being of service to families, children, and youth. He is committed to sharing messages from the Holy Bible to help strengthen each being with an increased desire to honor holy commandments. Be guided and study by the Holy Spirit to commune throughout the day with God, to always give thanks for Jesus and to the fellowship and love with others. His book, that's right, we are here to talk about his book today. His book is titled How to Identify Your Spiritual Soulmate. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you, Pastor Gerald Manuel, to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on PositivePower21.org. Enjoy this presentation.
Don't delay, give it up. Be strong and lift him up. Cause he's the power of life. Lift him up. Train on.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions. And when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce Live, PositivePower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
All right, everybody, I'm pushing the wrong buttons, but that's Angel Sessions. She usually bring me in. Tonight, y'all, we have Gerald Manuel on the show. He's here to talk about his book, How to Identify Your Spiritual Soulmate. And according to an article, it says single people in the United States. That's right. He said it's like 59 I'm not even going to try to say it. I know that can't be right. Is it 59 million? Oh, we got to ask him, y'all. All right, here he comes. Gerald Manuel, welcome to the show. Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. How you doing tonight, sir?
Hey, Mr. Jerry, how you doing? First of all, I'd like to say that it's an honor and a privilege to be on your show.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'm so glad to have you, man, because we got to talk to you about these stats, man. Before we get into these stats, man, we want to know, who is Gerald Manuel?
Well, Gerald Manuel is a pastor, out of Chicago, Illinois, from Kingdom Way of Living Ministry, a man that truly believes in the Lord, and believe in God's people in general. And my ministry has been reached out to everyone, but God gave me specific ministries of the unchurched people. The unchurched people is considered people who have been disenfranchised, the people on drugs and hurt and wounded and rejected. In other words, all the kinds of people, that the people in the world don't want to be around. So those are kind of people that God has sent into the ministry. And I just love people in general. I love people in general.
Amen. Amen. Yeah, you have to, man, to do the kind of work you set out to do, man. Man.
Oh, trust me. It's not easy. It's just the patience. Trust me. It's just
man.
Lots of patience, Jerry. Trust me.
I know, man. You guys are under attack by Satan himself every day, day in and day out. He's waiting on you. As soon as you wake up, he's ready for you. Man, what a job.
Yeah. Yeah, but the good thing about it is anytime you're under attack by Satan, right, that means you're doing something good. Because the devil do not bother people who's not on their assignment. So just for simple fact that the devil is out to get me, that means something that, I am a threat to him. So that's good.
That's right. That's right. That is good. So you're a strong man. Now, I was looking at these stats, man. Is that 59 million single females? Is that right?
Yeah. You know what? That's all that was recorded. It's astronomical amount. It's more than 59 million. It's coming to total out to 110 million combined of females and males that are single. All right, but it's 59 million females and 53 million male. But that's only that was recorded. Trust me, it's a whole lot more than that. Yes,
wow.
That is true.
So does that include divorcees or just people who just never been married?
No, that's divorcee and everybody, right? That's, you calculate it out. That consists of, unmarried, people who divorce, people who never been married, and all that kind of stuff. But hey, that's staggering because if you look at the population in the United States, it's like 300 million people. So if you go and say 110 million, that's like a third. So you got to look at that. That is, that's overwhelming. And I believe it went up since then.
Yeah, it went up today. Some people were filing. I don't know how many people got married on a Wednesday, but I know how many papers were filed, divorces.
Yeah.
Man, that is crazy, man. So your book should be a bestseller then.
See the thing about it, if people would just see the thing about it is, my book is from a spiritual perspective, right? It's in the eyes of the Lord. So when you begin to read my book, right, you have to read it from a spiritual perspective. You have to read it because, it got some gold nuggets in there. Trust me. Yeah, it has a whole lot of gold nuggets in there.
Because actually I did read a couple chapters and I was in the middle of a family. It was like a family gathering, so I really couldn't really get focused the way I wanted to. So I said, I have to pick this up when I got some alone time. But it was pretty deep, man. It was really deep.
Everybody who picked it up can't put it down. I had to I literally wrestle the book out of people's hands, and every time I get books, they sell out instantly real quick.
Yeah, I could tell, man. It was deep, man. All right, now before we get into the book, which we're going to talk a lot about it when we take our break, but right now we want to get to know the author. Right now, I told you my family, man, they so strong in Maryland and D.C. They like to get to know the person first. They want to, they country folks, man. You know how country folks, they want to sit down and break bread with you and talk to you before you even tell them your name. They want to know about you. So we want to know a little bit about your background, man. Where you come from, what school you go to, who were your friends, who your brothers and sisters. Let us have it.
Okay. Well, I'm from Chicago, Illinois, raised and born from Chicago, Illinois. I'm married to, I have a beautiful wife named Yolanda Manuel. I've been married for a couple of years. Graduated from South Shore Academy located in Chicago, Illinois. Went to Alabama State University. Gave my life to the Lord back in the spring of '87, And the way I gave my life to the Lord was kind of interesting because I was in the dormitory and I was praying because, I had a lot of friends, they were saying that God called them to be a prophet, God called them to be X, Y, Z, right? And I got kind of jealous because, I was a baby in the Lord then, right? So I sought the Lord for myself, and it was in the spring of 1987, and it happened as if I could recall this as if it happened yesterday. I was praying, I was on my knees praying to the Lord all by myself, and God literally took me in the future, and He showed me, and He told me that I have called you to be a pastor and a teacher. And I was looking as if I was watching television. I seen a man on a pulpit, but I could not see his face. I just seen the body on down, and a voice vividly spoke to me as if you and I are talking right now, Jerry. It said, Pastor, I have called you to be a pastor and a teacher. Right? So I came out of it. I said, wow, God has called me to be a pastor and a teacher. And I have always had a desire to teach. I received my master's degree in biblical divinity from Hope Outreach Ministry. I have 3 kids. I do electrical work on the side, that my tradesman is doing electrical work and plumbing, like, rehabbing houses. And, I just love the Lord. I love God's people. But Jerry was so fascinated about the situation that I don't consider myself as an author. I do not consider myself an author. I consider myself as a person who was obedient and just wrote a book because, I don't have no penmanship skills. I don't have commas and, know about the semicolons and, fragment sentences and all that kind of stuff. I'm not real good when it comes down to that. So I know this book was designed by the Lord because I never woke up one morning and said, you know what? I want to write a book. I want to be an author. No. I mean, the way the situation was presented to me, it's fascinating because I used to get a speaking engagement on television in Chicago, right? When I go down to the speaking place to speak, they like my speaking. So one time I was walking the producer to her car, and she said she has some information pertaining to single ministries, right? And she's going to talk about on her show, right? So I had some stuff written down because I'm a teacher by nature. So, I was giving her some clues of what to say. And it was so fascinating, so interesting to her that she said that, wow, you know what? I'd like you to come back on my show and talk about this. I said, oh, no. I don't want to do that. I'm not a relationship guru or nothing like that. I'm just trying to, that she was some information. So she was so adamant about me coming on the show. So I reluctantly came on the show, and it was a live show. It was a lot of people. It was over pastors and people all in the stand. So I got up and I started speaking so fluently about relationship. And when I got finished, everybody just ran to me. Now, keep in mind, it was other people speaking too, but they did not even go to them. And you have to write a book. You have to do this. You have to do that. You have to do a 3-part on this. I laughed. I said, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing none of that kind of stuff. And this was on a Friday, Jerry. So I told them I might do a 3-part series, but I'm not writing no book. I'm not no author. I don't even know how to begin. And this is true. So there was that Friday. So I went to church that Sunday, right? I made a mockery of myself in front of my congregation, say, they had the nerve to like what I said, and they want me to write a book. But everybody was laughing, all right? And this when I was single. This is true. I went home that night. I was asleep in the bed all by myself, and all of a sudden, something touched me on my shoulder. I jumped up. I know it'd be by myself. So write the book. I said, write a book, right? So I went back to sleep. Something touched me again. Write the book. So I knew that was the Lord because I have to, have a way of knowing when God is trying to get your attention. I jumped up, started writing the book, Jerry. I wrote the book in 6 weeks. And that's how I started. 6 weeks I wrote that book.
So you wrote the book while you were single?
Yeah, and I was just, I wrote it when I was single. I wrote the book in 6 weeks. I wrote it when I was single.
Incredible. Yeah. Wow. For somebody who
but it's challenging for me, too, because I have to find my own. Trust me, it's more of a challenge to me when I was single because, I can't be a hypocrite, you know what I'm saying? Because as a man, because I'm a pastor, I'm a man too. So, I'll look at it from a different perspective too, right? So I have to, keep my stuff lined up with my book too.
That's right. That's right. And that's interesting that, now I did talk to another gentleman who wrote a book for single people, but he penned the book while he was married. So but doing really, really well. And he's like a consultant for single people now, and he counsels them. Now you're married, and you remember what it was like being single when you penned the book. Is it easy to give people advice when they come to you, like when they want to sit in your office and talk about, especially because I know you probably counsel couples before they get married. How deep do you go with couple counseling before they get married? How deep do you go?
See, one thing I do because in my book talks about premarital counseling, so all that's in my book too. One thing I do, I give advice, but I do cover right. The back of it, I talk about premarital counseling. So one thing I try to do is I try to be open-minded, to hear both sides. Mm-hmm. And see, the point is that I try to let people understand that if you want my counseling right, I have to give it from a spiritual perspective. I can't short corners and all that kind of stuff. And see, it's not my job to tell a person they shouldn't get married. It's my job to listen to both sides and let that person make the decision on their own. But now, if they ask me the truth, I'm going to tell them that. But now, if they just want me to hear, be an ear, then I'll do that as well. So, it depends on it depends on the individual, because some people just want you just to listen, just to vent and get everything out. And some people, and other people really want your advice.
Suppose you was on the other side of the fence and you gave them 99 reasons why not to get married, and they still showed up that they weren't. Wouldn't that be more powerful than if you sat there and just, it was like, okay, let's just go through this book right here real quick, on couples. Like,
okay, so you're saying that what happened if I give them 99 reasons not to get married?
Right, and then they still showed up that they were interested. You think that'd be more powerful, or you wouldn't go down that road?
I mean, if they see, the thing about it is that it's not my job to tell someone that they shouldn't get married. So if I told them 99 reasons why they shouldn't get married, right, and they so choose to get married anyway, I mean, that's up to them, because they have a free will to make certain decisions in life, good or bad. So I would never. Now if they want my spiritual advice, right, and they just say, keep it real, Pastor, you think we're compatible, or you think we should marry? I tell them no. But if they don't say it like that, I would never tell someone they shouldn't get married unless under certain situations, circumstances that, they ask me and they want my spiritual advice.
Yeah, especially young couples, man. It's a lot to deal with, All right, man, let's back up a little bit, man. What was you like growing up, man, before, you decided you wanted to, wear the cloth, carry the cross, open the Bible, study hard, become the man? What were you like in, high school? What were you like?
Oh, you want to go there?
Yeah.
Well, let's go there, Mr.
Go there, man.
Well, let's go there.
They want to know.
Let's have fun and go there. Okay, well, I'm 6'4". Well, I'm 6'4", played basketball with Alabama State University. And I was a drug dealer. I went to prison. Okay, I got up all the way to my last year of college, right? And they was not going to fund my, they was not going to, give me more funding to complete my schooling, my education. So what I did was that I left Alabama State University. I came back to Chicago, Illinois with the good intentions on getting a job, right, making some money, and going back and funding myself. But on the kind of neighborhood, the kind of, on the way I was raised, I was not raised bad, per se, in general by my parents, but, I was in an environment, drug infested, drinking, gambling, and all that kind of stuff. But I did not become a product of my environment. But later on in my life, I came a part of my environment. So what happened was that I came back to Chicago, and I had a lot of friends who were selling drugs, making a lot of money off selling drugs. So I called myself dipping into it. I got caught up in the drug transaction, first time offense, and I was kind of for like on the good child, on the good person, no criminal record, no nothing, none of that. So I started selling drugs, and the judge sentenced me to 12 years in the Department of Correction. First offense, no record behind myself. I'm serious. Wow. Now, this after, I keep this in mind, Mr. Royce, this after I gave my life to the Lord, but I backslid. Right? I was in a backslid situation. So what happened, he gave me 12 years with Televille Correctional Center, which is in Televille, Illinois. And God gave me faith when I was in there. So I rededicated my life back to the Lord when I was in prison. I was leading people to the Lord. I was doing prison ministry. I was doing a whole lot of stuff. And then I became licensed to preach back in 1998, I believe so. And then after that, I got out with the work release facility, and I came under Apostle Brinson, and then he licensed, then he ordained me back in 2006. And through Hope Outreach Ministry, I received a master's degree in biblical divinity, and then it just went from there. So that's based in a nutshell.
Yeah, see that's what the family want to know, man, because they believe that everybody has a story in them, and that's another book right there, man. Because see, the deal is, we know the Lord, He performs miracles, and he puts you in a situation you can handle. So He knew that you can handle that situation that you were in, and you can get out of it and be a witness. And that's powerful, man. That was powerful.
It was tough. I didn't had home invasion done on me, Jerry. I didn't, I was shot at. I'm telling you, it was a very interesting life. But God had mercy on me.
That's right. That's right, man. And the thing about I wouldn't sit on this, on this mic and tell people I didn't see that. I came from, a really good home, 2-parent household, 2 cars. Everybody went to college, but I had friends. We were interested in the streets. We wanted to see what was going on. We was curious. So sometimes you do run into situations. Sometimes it's because of your living situations, and in your case, because you wanted to get back in school, so you was trying to do a bad thing to do a good thing. Right.
I was literally trying to do the right thing.
Yeah, you were desperate, right? You were desperate, right? So you was just like some of the guys trying to feed their families. They desperate.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, man. Good. Yeah. That was a good story, man. You did a really good job telling that story. All right, we're gonna take a quick break, man. And man, that was a blessing, man, because there's somebody out there listening right now who's probably trapped, who's in a corner, and they feel like there's no way out. And
God is a God of second chances. People need to understand that God is a God of second chances.
Amen. That's right. They will be blessed. All right, hold on. We're going to get a message from Dominique Wilkins. This is not Dominique Wilkins, the basketball player, like who I thought it was when they first called me. I was so excited. All right, hold tight, everybody.
Have you been hurt, been backstabbed? God are talking back to you. Well, you're not alone. No. Escaping to another reality. Through Dominique Wilkins' good books, audio books, paperback, ebook, good books. Available on authordwilkinsgoodbooks.com.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Reedswell Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website, www.reedswellpublishing.com.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions, and when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce live, PositivePower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
Yeah, there we go. There's Angel. That's what I was looking for. That's Angel Sessions, #1 gospel urban singer on Amazon.com. Check her out. Just Google Angel Sessions, and you'll find her all over the place. All right, we're talking to Gerald Manuel. You can find him at TatePublishingCompany.com, Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, and you can Facebook him.com at Gerald Manuel. Get this book. All right, we're about to talk about how to identify your spiritual soulmate. And again, I want to shout out to Mr. and Mrs. Abraham McCauley Jr. That's right, 45 years. Woo! 45 years. He found his soul. Did he find his soulmate, Gerald? Did he?
Hey, I guess so. 45 years, self-explanatory.
Yeah, man. And it's funny, man, because my wife and I, we be celebrating, I believe, our 24th. I got to verify that. But, you talk about soulmate. A lot of people don't believe in soulmates, but anytime, you could be with somebody for so long and you still can't wait to see that person at the end of the day. You just can't wait. When that door opens, it's them, and you're just so happy. It's like, she's home safe. Or they say the same thing, oh, he's home safe. And you talking about 20-plus years, man. And they still get you excited. You can't wait to do things with them. Is that a soulmate?
Well, see, the thing about it, it could be a soulmate. Or my book talks about how to identify your spiritual soulmate. Because every person someone is with does not mean that is the right person. So we need to keep that in mind. Now, yes, that is your soulmate, but is that the right soulmate? So my book talks about how to identify and find your soulmate, not a soulmate, but the soulmate.
Okay, the soulmate. All right. Well, let's talk about one of these chapters, man. You got 16 chapters. All right, should we start with chapter 1? Okay, so you talked about the first marriage hookup.
Right.
Hookup. That was pretty deep.
Yeah.
Genesis 2, chapter 2, verse 18. It happened in the Garden of Eden. First hookup. First marriage. How many people have had just one? Some people want their second and third.
The thing about it is that when it comes down to the first marriage hookup, we need to understand something. The first marriage hookup talks about how God hooked up Adam and Eve. So I believe that, God has a manual. God has a way of hooking people up. The best matchmaker in the world would be God. So if God knows a person, he knows everything about a person. So if God can't find you the right person, then he can't be found. So we need to keep that in mind. So chapter 1 is specifically talking about how to do it God's way.
Now, do you believe it has to happen in the church? Would they find that person in the church, or, what's the deal?
So are you trying to say, does they have to be a Christian, or do you have to literally find the person in the church per se? So which one are you trying to say?
Yeah, because the reason why I said it that way is because, it's like a two-part question. In the way I'm glad you asked for explanation, because I was thinking about what my sister's always saying, and what other women always say. I'm gonna go to church because I could find me a Christian man. And sometimes my rebuttal will be back. My rebuttal will be, well, why you gonna have to find him there? Suppose you can find him somewhere else, and because you have that part of you, he can become part of that. Because maybe he didn't grow up in a home that where it was Bible reading and Bible studying. Maybe his mom was working all the time, 7 days a week, so he don't know that. But he's still a good man that can follow your ways. Your ways. What you say about that?
See, we need to understand something. Just because you have a good man does not mean they're the right person for you. They're the right man. So we need to keep those two things, because you can find a good man a dime a dozen, but you find the right person 1 in a million. So we need to keep that in mind. Now, from my perspective, is that, you can find a person in church, but church to me means that giving your life to the Lord and have a relationship with Jesus Christ. Because first of all, the Bible speaks about be not unevenly yoked. So what a lot of young ladies get all mixed up and messed up at. Now, don't get me wrong now. It is a lot of godly men who go to church. Just because they're a saved person still does not mean they're the right person for you. Okay? Also, keep that in mind. See, unevenly yoked, God does not bless unevenly yoked relationships. Now, he honored it because he's the one implemented the first marriage hookup in the Garden of Eden. But it won't be blessed to the certain extent that you can reap all the benefits and all the blessings from it, because we need to understand it. Okay? And I talks about this in the 10th chapter of my book called The Power of Love in the Relationship. And the reason why we need to be careful about being unevenly yoked with a person who is not in the church per se, Jesus church, saved relationship with the Lord, is because that if I'm not saved if I'm a Christian, Jerry, right, that means that I have the love of God within me. See, it's not one kind of love, Jerry. It's different kinds of love. But I want to quickly talk about three real quick to be able to, understand what I'm talking about. Okay, we have agape love. Okay, we have the filial, storge love, and we have filial love. Agape love is unconditional love. That's the love where it says, for God so loved the world that he gave. Okay, now that is a God kind of love. That's unconditional. All right, then we have what you call filial storge love. That's the kind of love, a bloodship kind of love that I love my mama because she's my mama. I love my father because he's my father. You love that person predicated and based on the bloodline. Then we have what you call the other kind of love, which is filial love, which means that, you have a certain kind of friend, they cool in all your life, but it's no blood related involved, but you love that person because that is your friend. Now, those are conditionals, okay? So if that person not your mother, then you won't love them the same. If that's not your friend, or if that friend do something to you, then now you no longer love that person. But notice something. Those two loves are conditional, but the agape love is unconditional. Now, this is what I'm trying to say. So if I'm a Christian person and I have the agape love in me, which is unconditional, and I go out here and marry a man who is not saved, they don't have the agape love in them. Only thing they can love you is conditional. So their love is predicated and based on situations and circumstances. So while I want my husband to love me unconditional, you asking him to give you something he can't give you, because agape love is supernatural love that only God can give you. That's why the Bible says that a man should love his wife as Christ loved the church. So you asking somebody to give you something that they can't give you, because that love only comes when you give your life to Jesus Christ as your personal Savior. Then the love of God comes within you and give you the ability and the power to be able to love that person.
Very good, very good. So let me ask you this. You was pretty deep there on some people there, Gerald. Let me ask you this, man. What really inspired you the most about writing this type of book? I mean, because you pulled out a lot of Bible principles. I mean, if a person is not really that deep in their studies or really can interpret the Bible that way, can it really help them? I mean, would they need Bible study or counseling to go to really
This book is really simplistic. Everybody, all the copies out in sold. See, the reason why they like the book is because it's not real deep. It just is being brought to your attention, and then when you be able to read it, like, I never thought of it like this. That makes sense. Wow. So you don't need no one to sit you down and and get a dictionary and Bible dictionary and begin to explain it to you, because a lot of the books, what makes my books real good, my book real good, is real simple, self-explanatory. Now, I do have people, if you don't understand certain things about the book, you give me a call and I can explain it a little bit more. But really, it just brings to life some things that people just really need to understand. It's not really that deep.
Yeah, but I mean, it was some sections in it, like some of the stories, you interpreting with some of the scripture. You're like, wow, I didn't see it like that at first.
You're right.
That's why I said it was so deep. Yeah, it was a good relationship the way you related it to the scripture. That's what the whole flow was there, especially for somebody who like some people pick the Bible up because they looking for some calmness in the morning. Like a lot of my friends, when we do read in the morning, you start your day, you're at work, you're at peace. You're trying to come into your own, you're trying to connect with your spirit. And you say, okay, I feel good now, I'm calm and ready to get started. To me, it was almost like reading that. It's like I needed to be in my place to read the book the way I really wanted to read it. I couldn't just read it like, say you're on your lunch break, you want to get a quick read, can't do it like that.
No, it's impossible. Right. And let me say something that's real deep, okay? See, I'm not trying to get real deep because the book is real simplistic and, it's not meant to be deep. But let me explain it to you, I'll go back to the first marriage real quickly. What we need to understand something is that you spoke about soulmate. And if we read the first chapter, it explained that God went inside Adam, right? And took a rib out of Adam. And he went and created Eve off the rib. And after God had created Eve from the rib, he brought back to Adam what he took out of Adam. So spiritually, every man is missing not a rib, but the rib. So if you're not married, then you spiritually missing a rib. And that rib is your spiritual soulmate that God has for you. So what happened is that, so a lot of times people get mixed up in a certain kind of relationship, and that's why the divorce rate is so high, because you walking around here with somebody else's rib. Because three things, you understand something. God is the one who decides when you are ready for a relationship. Number one, God will always bring you someone who is comparable to you. Number two, and number three, this was to get deeper. The person that God brings to you, right, was a part of you already, because Eve came out of Adam, and God brought back to Adam what he brought out of Adam. So Eve was a part of Adam from the beginning. So Eve was not a rib, but the rib.
See that, man? I told you this book was deep, because that's the chapter I started out with. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah. Like I said, I was trying to read that part while my family was talking and having a good time, and they wanted to pull me. I was like, wait a minute, I got to get back to this. This is kind of deep. It's not like it's going to be a fast read, even though, it's just 16 chapters. All right, man. Right. All right. Let's get into this, Gerald. Now, you wrote it when you was a single man. Where were you spiritually when you... Now, I just want to ask where you were, because I know what happened when you wrote the book, because you was led by the Spirit, but where were you yourself spiritually?
No, I was a pastor. I was a Christian, loved the Lord, to have a congregation. I was single, and it was a challenge for me too, because I started looking at. It was more challenging for me because I had to live up to my standard, and a lot of times the fleshly part don't want. The fleshly part will look at the outward appearance of a person. The nice thighs, the breasts, and all that kind of stuff.
The voice, you want a nice voice. Yeah.
Right, the nice voice, articulate, all of that. That's a part of human nature. So I had to catch myself on that too. So God had to reconstruct some things in my life and cause me to start looking at the inward of a person and not so much of the outward of a person. Don't get me wrong; that everybody want a beautiful look and all that kind of stuff. So and it was a challenge for me too.
Yeah. I was wondering, where were you, because and that's what you're thinking about. Because in your mind, you kind of develop her in your mind, the way she walks, the way she moves. To me, a woman, let me say a lady first. She's like, they like art. God really took his time when he built them. They just built differently. When you look at them, they make you stop walking. They make you stop thinking. They do stuff to you. It's like, that's why, and I still kind of figure out, because I had a guy on the show that was talking about homosexuality one time, and I know you covered that in this book too, and I got to get to that part. I'm just trying, I said, what happened to that man that when he see this woman, and I don't care who it is, women, it's something about all of them that's going to be attractive, whether it's their eyes, the way they open their mouth, the way they sign. It could be anything, man, that could mess you up. You're like, oh my God, did she just look the way she sat down across the legs? Some guy.
And the thing about it, and with the thing about it, and that's the 16th chapter of my book. Women need to know their value. Women's the prize. They are the prize, and they do not know that.
They don't.
No, no. Some of them do. And some of them got to take advantage of it. That's the bad thing about it. But if a lot,
power.
they'll take advantage of it. But a lot of young ladies need to know their value. They are the prize. A man is not complete. Think about it. They are missing something, and that something is that. So because God said that it is not good for man to be alone, I will bring him a helpmate. So Eve completed the process with Adam.
See, that's powerful right there, man. And see, that's why I'm, when I think about this, science, biology, what happened to those guys? What happened, in chapter 12? What happened to those guys, man, that, when they see, because I'm telling you, I've been with my wife for over 20-something years, dude, and I tell you, man, I got to look at her, man. Sometimes I can't believe it. I was like, sometimes I just sit there and watch her work, just watch her walk to the bathroom, just hear her call my name. I may not even say nothing. I just want to hear her call it again, And I was like, what happened to these guys? Because I was looking at chapter 12, and I had a guy on the show that was talking about, he made some sense, too. I wish I could remember that episode, man. But I said, what happened? That when those guys see these women, they don't stop in their tracks. You don't turn that car around and say, oh, I got to look at her again. You know, I remember when I was single, man. Well, even my wife, I was like, oh, man, I can't wait till she walk in the house. Ah, honey, how you doing? Even if she had a bad day, she still look good. You know, I still want to be in her company. In fact, you know, we may not want to talk about what happened at work, but, you know, I got to suck it up. But, I don't know, that chapter 12, man, that's interesting, man. But anyway, dude, we're gonna take a quick break, man. When we come back, I think we're gonna dive into chapter 14 real quick. How that sound?
You going there? Okay, all right. All right, thank you.
All right, man. Quick drop.
Hey everyone, this is Tanika Gonzalez, spoken word poet. Whenever I'm online, I'm always listening to Jerry Royce Live.
Having a circulation.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Hi, I am Arthur Crystal Alexis, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. Woohoo!
Hey, Crystal. That's my girl there. She's so funny. I enjoy her face. I enjoy following her on Facebook. I like your pictures, Crystal. It was so cute. All right, man. We got to talk about chapter 14 because the single ladies are listening. That's page 139, having a sexual relationship with yourself. All right, now I didn't get to read that yet, so you're going to tell us a little bit about that, man, and then, you know, give us an explanation of that chapter.
Well, basically it's kind of self-explanatory, having a sexual relationship with yourself, which means that some people have become addicted to themselves. A lot of this has to do with bedroom novelties, sex toys, masturbation, the pornography and all that kind of stuff. And all this ties this in with relationship because a lot of people is wondering why God is taking so long to bring them their mate. Well, that could be one of them because you play, you know, you masturbate, you're playing with toys. And this is where the deception comes in at, Jerry. Now, you could talk to ladies who've been single for 4, 5, 6 years, right? And they brag on it. Girl, I've been single for 5 or 6 years. Yeah, physically you've been single for 5 or 6 years, but spiritually and mentally you have not because you have that bedroom novelty toy called Steve. So every night, you know, you and Steve, you know, do y'all little thing. So in all actuality, you have not been single for 5 or 6 years because any form of sexual gratification outside of marriage is considered a sin in God's eyesight. So basically having a sexual relationship with yourself has to do with you have become addicted to yourself.
That's powerful. Whoa. And there's a show out there now, Mary Jane, and remember her niece was staying with her, and she discovered her little stash, and her niece discovered how to get into her camera security, and it's like that was like Mary Jane was always having problems with these guys, but that was like her thing too, you know. Yeah, she got a lot of issues going on, but that's a lot of women. That's probably
and that's why a lot of women can brag, and that's why they can brag and say, "Girl, I don't need no man right now. You know, I'm good. I'm straight by myself." Yeah, because you know you go home and under the bed and all that kind of stuff. You know, you have your different names with different kinds of toys, so you will never get nobody because God will never bless you with somebody like that because you are committing, you know, fornication, any form of sexual sin outside of marriage is considered sin. So you are defeating the process. So stop bragging that you've been by yourself for 10 years and 8, 9 years, and you still got those toys under the bed.
So the blessing is being blocked.
It's being blocked because God is not going to change his will to fit your agenda. He won't. Either God's way or no way.
So what happens to the Holy Spirit? What is he going through? What has happened with that spiritual connection when they in that room right there?
So are you talking to unsaved people? Are you talking to unsaved people or not saved people?
Well,
Because
the
if you're
saved
not-
ones, say it's a saved woman. She's connected with her, her Holy Spirit, but she's still having a relationship with herself because she doesn't have that man, but she's sexually frustrated. She thinks she's doing all the right things to meet him. She see a guy at church, she see a guy on the job, and that's another thing too. Speaking of that, not to jump too far for this, because of the laws that's set up at the job, it makes it difficult for a guy to pursue a woman because his job is at risk. Then even at the church, you don't really have that many single ministries that's available to give him an opportunity to get to know one. Because a lot of times women are basing everything on what they see. They don't give the guy a chance to feel his spirit. You say, oh, he has a nice spirit. What's something about him? I really like. They're always going by with the visual part. I thought that was for us. Can you kind of tap into that a little bit?
Yeah, you talking about what about the young ladies who who out here? Well, see, we understand something. Just because you are by yourself does not give you the right to go ahead and start, doing ungodly things with yourself. See, the thing about it is that you can't compromise, and God is not going to compromise. You have to be able to trust God enough to give you the willpower and the strength to abstain. It's not going to kill you if you don't have sex. You can wait. People do it all the time. God is not going to ask you to do nothing that he would not give you the grace and ability and the power to be able to do. But a lot of people do not depend on God. They depend on themselves. And if you are dependent on yourself, of course you're going to fall all the time because your human nature. See, sex is a treat. We understand something. God designed sex. So your human nature will have sex. There's nothing wrong with that. But you have to bring your body under subjection and say, I will not do it. I'm going to obey God. And that's the problem. You need to depend on God to keep you from that and not yourself.
And you did give a couple of scriptures in Corinthians, 1 Corinthians chapter 6:20. You were bought at a price. Therefore, glorify God in your body and in your spirit. So that's what that means?
Right. Yep. Because, see, the point is you gave your life to Jesus. So really, spiritually, you don't have a life no more. If I gave you some money, Jerry, it's not my money no more, it's yours. So when you give your life to Jesus, you don't longer have a life. You saying that, okay, Lord, this is your life. So you were bought with a price. And that price, when Jesus Christ died on the cross, he paid for you. So when you give your life to Jesus, you gave your life over.
Oh, man.
Yep, so it's God will, no way at all. Yes, sir.
Now let's talk about this book. Can it change the way a woman is thinking right now? They pick this book up right now. They download this book. They get the paperback version. Would it change them, their way of thinking?
Every woman, this honest God truth, okay? And look, I'm not exaggerating. Every young lady who I've sold this book to, right? I did book signing. I did sold copies of it. They fall in love with it. Get raised report like best-selling talk. So it's a good book. But my only advice is about this book. Right? When it comes down to married couples, I try to ask a married couple have to read it kind of differently because it'll have people looking at their spouse. I'm being honest. You're like, wow.
I know.
I'm telling you, it's deep. So you have to be very, but yes, it is a life change.
You have to be. So, all right. So you have to be a little careful because now you start looking at your spouse a little differently. You start questioning
married couples.
Motives.
Yes.
Right.
Yep. I done had that happen to me before. No, it's not intended for that. If you marry, you stay with your husband, right? And just pray for the blessing of God to help you. Do not. It's intended for single people, not married people. So married people need to be very careful because trust me, I'm not trying to give you no way out.
Yeah, because I was starting to think, man. I was like, wait a minute, she may not be my soulmate.
See,
that was like, but I like everything about her. I love everything about her.
I know it.
Person on earth, hard worker, good mom. The love of my life. She's eye candy. She treat me well. She don't nag me.
Yeah, you're funny, Jerry. But like I say, Jerry, just because a person has a good thing does not mean they have the right thing because, so you know what? I wish we had more time because, it's so much I can talk about that, why it's important to have the right mate is another one of my chapters. Right. So
man, we gotta have you back, man. We gotta have you back, man. We gotta sign you back on for April, man, so we can get through some more of those chapters.
Okay,
Yeah, cause we're gonna have to take a quick break, and then we're gonna have to come back, get your final thoughts on to our audience.
Okay,
it's deep, man. It's deep.
I appreciate it.
All right, brother. Hold on. We're gonna listen to another message from Marilyn Dunn, since she's my big time sponsor. Hold tight, everybody. Marilyn Dunn and Kevin Dunn.
Hi, I am recording artist Marilyn Dunn from St. Louis, Missouri. If you are looking for some soul-stirring, anointed, spiritual, and heartfelt music, visit my website at www.marilynndunnministries.com. Or you can also find me on CD Baby, iTunes, and Reverb Nation. For booking information, contact Mr. Kevin Dunn at 636-856-0551. That's 636-856-0551.
You are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
Hello, I'm Author Gerald Manuel. I'm with producer Michael Powers, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. And when I'm online, I listen to Jerry Royce Live on www.speaker.com, positivepower21.org. Peace out.
Hey, you're talking to Gerald Manuel, how to identify your spiritual soulmate. And Gerald, is anybody you want to, say hi to, man, before you give us your final thoughts, man?
I mean, I'd like to just thank, I'd like to thank all the Jerry Royce listeners. First of all, for taking the time out to tune in on this one, on this wonderful, show about how to identify your spiritual soulmate, and I'd like to give a shout out to you, Jerry.
Thanks,
for taking the time for me to be able to talk about my book, because, a lot of people don't give a platform like this. I'd like to thank you first of all. And also I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I give him, God, the glory, the honor, and the praises. And I'd like to thank my wonderful wife and my kids.
Amen. Amen. And matter of fact, man, we've been, going back and forth, Brandon and Carol and myself, have her inboxes, email us, and we can set up for April, man. Have you back on, man. So tell her it's up to her now to make it happen.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Man, this was an awesome conversation, man. Like you said, it definitely could be a 2-hour program, because I used to have a show that was like this, but we went a little bit too far, but then we had to cut that out. So I had to squash that. So I said, well, if I find me a Christian brother, I'm going to start the show back up. So people love hearing about relationships, but now they need to know how to do it the right way. And this is a good book, How to Identify Your Spiritual Soulmate. Again, it's Amazon.com, Tate Publishing Company. Tell us about Tate Publishing Company before you go.
And Tate Publishing Company, there's a, small, not too mega or not too small, kind of in between. It's a very nice publishing company. They will work with you. If you got some good material, some good book, language and all that kind of stuff, they work with you. So Tate is not bad. I have not heard nothing bad about Tate thus so far. So I recommend Tate to anybody.
All right. Now, were they one of those companies where you had to submit your manuscript and they had to accept it, or they would say, okay? No.
Oh no, Tate is very strict. See, what made me so delighted for Tate. Tate, every 2,000 people, who submit their manuscript, right, only 2 get accepted by Tate. Tate scrutinized to the T. I mean, if you get accepted through Tate, you have a good book. And not only that, about Tate, at first Tate wanted to. It's a Christian publishing company too. So Tate wanted to charge me at first until they read my book. And after they read my book, they said, hey, we do everything for free. So they put a lot of money into it. But they pumping a lot of money. I mean, right now, I'm into bookstores, and they try to get me into bookstores. It's going to be worldwide everywhere. So Tate is pumping a lot of money in this book. They see all the potentials in this book, yes. So Tate is a good book. I mean, hey, if you will Tate, then you have a good book, because they don't play games with any kind of book.
Yeah, awesome. So when did you release this book?
I released the book about a month ago, about 5 weeks. It's been released about 5 weeks, and right now I'm in the process of getting into televisions in some bookstores and on some radio broadcast shows in the Chicago area. And I'm trying to reach out to a couple other people. So, they're doing a good job.
Yeah.
But,
All right, so
it takes my work too.
Yeah, so you're just getting started in the game.
Like you to help me too. It takes people like you to help me too, and I appreciate it.
Now, Carol, she's like your office assistant manager or something like that.
She's my assistant administrator. She do everything for me. She's a beautiful, extremely beautiful, hardworking person like my mama. She stays on me. She keep me in check. Trust me. She's a wonderful person. Wonderful.
Yeah. You need people like you need some people out there. They call them, sometimes they call them like the street team. You need your street team. Guerrilla marketing, all that kind of stuff is real popular now. Now, are you thinking about
me too?
Oh, yeah, we could tell. Man. She was really right on top of everything. Now, this your first time author, correct?
Yes.
So are you going to be thinking about looking at another level, like getting a public relation, an agent?
I'm kind of novice at this. I'm touching the surface. I had a couple of people want to intertwine with me, try to get me up and going, because everybody talking about bestseller. Everybody talking about radio review bestseller. So I'm a small fry right now. I'm not a big time pastor and all that kind of stuff. So I'm a small fry, but most definitely I'll be getting radio reviews and bestseller books.
Yeah, and that's what it takes, man. I mean, this is an excellent publication, much needed, man. I mean, I'm sure if God put your heart into this to write this book and made it happen like this, then there's going to be some people going to be guiding. You got Crystal in your corner. She's been at it for a really long time. So, and it's some good people out there, man, that can really help make things fly. They know the industry pretty well, but once God touches things, it's just going to happen. My friend Angel Sessions say it all the time. It's not her, it's God. And like I said, she's like on the top 5 this, top 5 that, and all she's doing is just singing the songs and just doing what he asks her to do. So I'm sure that's what's going to happen to you too, man. So let's get ready to fly.
Oh, yeah. I am. Right. I know it's going to be bestseller. And trust me, go bestseller, I ain't never forget you, Jerry. Trust me, you're going to be the one. I want you to go out your platform, number one, first of all, because you gave me a good platform. And I really thank you. I really do.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate that, man. I'm trying to stay humble, man. Sometimes I feel like acting like a rock star. Man, my family, we just be having fun. Yeah, we just having fun.
I know. And my wife said she loves you. She said, my wife said, you know what? Can we do two? Man, I don't want to get off. I like him. So you don't see that behind the closed scene.
Yeah, we do got to get ready to hang up, man, so we can publish this show, man. But we're going to have you back, though, man. We're going to make, me and Kurt, we're going to make that happen, man. And we appreciate you coming out and talking about this, man, because my sister, she's going to love this, man. She's going to be emailing me back and forth. She's going to be going crazy.
Okay. Right, bro. And one more shout out to Crystal Watkins, author Crystal Watkins, okay? Watkins, okay? She's my girl. She's my a Facebook friend, okay? She supported me, so I give a shout out to her, too.
I know Crystal's funny because I don't know what Crystal her real name is or her pen name. She's giving me so many names. Let's hear Crystal one more time.
Hi, I am Arthur Crystal Alexis, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. Woohoo!
She's so cute. All right, man, we get ready to get out of here, man. So, again, man, we appreciate you being here, man. And I tell you, Gerald, I tell people all the time, man, if they want to hear the good stuff, I mean the real good stuff, they got to listen to Jerry Royce Live worldwide on Positive Power 21.org and Pastor Gerald Manuel. Take care, man.
Hey, man, God bless you, okay? If you need me or anything, let me know. God bless you, too.
Sure will, man. Stay awesome all week long. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on Positive Power 21.org and Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. Hold line, Jerry. Is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, everybody. Like I say, stay awesome all week long on Jerry Royce Live.
You are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
Hi, I am recording artist Marilyn Dunn from St. Louis, Missouri. If you are looking for some soul-stirring, anointed, spiritual, and heartfelt music, visit my website at www.marilynndunnministries.com. Or you can also find me on CD Baby, iTunes, and Reverb Nation. For booking information, contact Mr. Kevin Dunn at 636-856-0551. That's 636-856-0551.
Hi, this is Anita Jarrell Robertson on Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. Anita Jarrell Robertson on Jerry Royce Live Worldwide.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandra Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show. Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dolly, the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Ramon Marquis with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and you're listening to episode 315 with Anita Jarrell Robinson as our guest tonight. And before we bring her on, let's hear a word from our sponsor, Dominique Wilkins.
Have you been hurt? Been backstabbed? Got a talking back team. Well, you're not alone. No. Escaping to another reality. Through Dominique Wilkins' good books. Good books, audio books, paperback, ebook, good books. Available on authordwilkinsgoodbooks.com.
You are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
Welcome to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. Tonight, we interview Anita Jarrell Robinson. Anita is a singer, songwriter with invigorating lyrics, iconic voice, and contemporary sound, which is displayed in her new album, God Is There. A diverse mix of powerful original songs that rejuvenates both believers and unbelievers. Anita has shared the stage with powerful acts such as Poet Salea, Don Diego, Hezekiah Walker, LaShawn Pace, Carolyn Trailer, Lisa McClendon, and Risen. During Anita's rendition of Lauren Chandler's Faithful, 2012 Dove Award nominee Michael Bleeker described Anita's voice as angelic. This bilingual recording artist not only melts crowds with Spanish lullabies, but has also published several books and acts in plays written by noteworthy playwrights such as Linda J. Dodd, lead role, and served as an extra alongside Emmy-nominated Leon Robinson in the stage play Friends and Lovers. Internationally renowned Dr. Everett Gordon Parker of LSU Gospel Choir was instrumental in vocally training Anita to perform in a stellar fashion for large and diverse crowds. Dr. Elvita King, niece of late Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., shared in March 2012, Anita, there is a new sound of worship in the earth, and it's you. Your musical transcends realms. The incredibly photogenic singer-songwriter has overcome heart-wrenching challenges by praising God. Anita Jarrell Robinson music can be purchased and enjoyed via Pandora, iTunes, Amazon. In conjunction with Anita's iconic voice in Harvest Entertainment LLC, Anita plans to take the CCM and contemporary gospel music industry by storm, one lyric at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you, Anita Jarrell Robinson. Please enjoy this presentation.
Hey, this is director-producer Alan Wills, and I am on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. And when I'm online, I listen to Jerry Royce Live at www.spreaker.com/positivepower21.org. Y'all heard?
All right. Anita Jarrell Robinson, welcome to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. How you doing tonight?
I'm feeling like a rock star right now.
Yeah.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm awesome. I am awesome. So happy to have you on the show.